This broadcast is under the direction and is copywritten by Champion Sports Radio. Any rebroadcast, retransmission, or use of the audio stream, and any and all other use of the accounts of this broadcast without the direct written consent and permission of Champion Sports Radio is strictly prohibited. All rights are reserved by Champion Sports Radio and ChampionSportsRadio.com. This is a presentation of Champion Sports Radio, your home for championship broadcasts.
Live at AT&T Cowboy Stadium, Cody Krim, Bill Howard, and Cameron Bolin bringing you the state championship game, Division II, 5A. Cedar Hill Longhorns on their quest for their second state championship game in 2 years, as they failed to Katy last year in a highly contested game. Very good players obviously have gone on from that game. Adam Taylor to Nebraska, Damian Hobbs from Cedar Hill to Oregon, all along with Quiv Gonzalez out at A&M with Johnny Football. And it looks like we're going to have a really, really, really good game today, Cody.
Yeah, absolutely. It's a good feeling to be back here, Cam, after 2 years of back-to-back state championship appearances for the Longhorns and for the Katy Tigers also. You know, both teams are stoked to be here. And really, what a Cinderella story this would make for the Cedar Hill Longhorns if they were to overcome the Katy Tigers, who they lost to last year. The sounds that you're hearing right now are going to be the sounds of the Allen Eagles celebrating their second straight championship, as they have just defeated Pearland 63-28 in a game that was really dominated by Allen, Cam.
Yeah, Allen continuing their dominance, a very good team. One of the only teams to defeat the Cedar Hill Longhorn squad this year, as Cedar Hill only fell to DeSoto and Allen early in the season. Kyler Murray, a dynamic football player, leading his Allen Eagles to a victory today in another state championship. And earlier we got a chance to catch up with Coach McGuire. We're going to play an extended interview with him, as we caught up with him Wednesday night, I believe it was, right? Mm-hmm. Yeah, out at Cedar Hill. Coach McGuire was gracious enough to allow us entrance into to his humble coaching abode at Longhorn Stadium and over there in Cedar Hill. So we're going to go ahead and throw it to Coach McGuire right after these messages. You're listening to Cedar Hill Longhorn football on the Champion Sports Radio Network. We'll be back in just a moment.
For some high school seniors, achieving excellence goes beyond top grades, and AXA wants your help in recognizing them. Up to 12 DFW area students will receive a $2,000 AXA Achievement Community Scholarship, and one senior in Texas will receive a scholarship worth up to $25,000. Do you know a local high school senior who has excelled at a job, sport, community project, or other extracurricular activity? They may be eligible for an AXA Achievement Community Scholarship. For more details, contact Thomas Lee at AXA Advisors, 972-455-9114.
If you're a basketball parent or coach, you need StatGeek, the simplest way to keep stats ever created. Our easy-to-use iPad app turns anyone into a professional statistician, and all they have to do is simply follow the ball. Produce full and accurate box scores and play-by-play reports. Send accurate stats out to your fans, media, or recruiters. It's sports statistic collection redefined. StatGeek is available right now in the iPad App Store for just $4.99, and there are team fundraising opportunities available as well. On the web at statgeek.com. StatGeek, keep your eye on the ball.
Are you looking for a way to promote your business or increase exposure? Do you just need more people to know that you're there? Join the Champion Sports Radio team and advertise during these games. In the last 4 years, Champion Sports Radio has broadcast over 600 games to more than 3.5 million listeners. And Champion Sports Radio wants to help you use major high school sports to reach thousands of local fans right in your community. Think about it. Die-hard fans just like you tune in each and every week, giving your business unparalleled access to the community. It's the perfect way for smaller individually owned businesses to cultivate a core clientele or expand their already loyal customer base. To secure your prime commercial spot,
broadcast Contact Thomas Lee at Champion Sports Radio by phone at 972-741-0334. That's 972-741-0334 or online at championsportsradio.com. Champion Sports Radio, your home for championship broadcast.
The Centers for Disease Control and Prevention estimates that nearly 4 million brain injuries occur every year due to sports in the U.S. They also estimate that 70% of concussions go unreported. Not identifying concussions early can be devastating, especially if the athlete continues to play with symptoms. Catching hard hits fast is critical, and that's why you need the Shockbox Helmet Impact Sensor. The Shockbox is a small sensor that easily attaches to most football, lacrosse, and hockey helmets and instantly sends a signal to a smartphone on the sidelines when the player has taken a hard hit that puts them at higher risk for injury. The free app receives data from the sensor, displays information about the impact, and even walks the user through a concussion assessment. The app also logs symptom and impact data for future medical use. Visit ShotboxDFW.com to learn more about the Shockbox Impact Alert Sensor and determine if it is the right option for your child. Be warned instantly when a player has experienced a head impact that could result in a concussion. Visit ShotboxDFW.com today. ShotboxDFW.com.
It's time to claim your Texas birthright. If you can't live without your copies of the Dave Campbell's Texas Football Magazine while on the road, subscribe today to the digital versions of the Bible for Lone Star football fans. That's right, Dave Campbell's Texas Football Magazine has gone digital. Download our free app from the iTunes or Google Play Store today and subscribe. The digital subscriber to Dave Campbell's Texas Football will receive 4 exclusive editions a year, complete with extra video and audio features only found here. Within this subscription is the digital-only recruiting magazine, only available for digital readers. Or if you prefer, you can buy any one of the 4 annual digital magazines separately. Either way, get started today by downloading your free app today and bring your Dave Campbell's Texas Football with you wherever you go.
Well, it's state championship week, and that means we get an extended version of the Joey McGuire pregame show. Coach McGuire with us tonight, and he knows that this is going to air before the state championship game Saturday night. And Joey, first and foremost, the utmost congratulations to you and your staff and your team on just another incredible season.
I appreciate it, man. It has really been so much fun, and these last 2 years, it just, you know, I told our kids we're kind of in the golden age of Cedar Hill football right now. That it really, we're kind of have experienced some success that very few programs in the state and in the nation have been able to experience over the last few years.
Well, I got to tell Cody Krim, our color analyst, and Cameron Boland, our color analyst for our broadcast, are with us tonight, and we're all going to be talking with Joey McGuire and hope we can give some fans some insight and enlighten them. One of the things that I've told this story to many people very often, the spring before Joey coached his first game as a head coach was the first time I met Joey after he had taken the job. And I've told many people many times that I was amazed at the confidence and the excitement that Coach McGuire had coming to a program that had won 5 games in the previous 3 years under the former coaching regime. And we were at I believe we were at a restaurant here in Cedar Hill and with Miss Farmer when we talked about me doing the play-by-play and Joey taking over as head coach. And Coach, we appreciate all the support you've given Champion Sports Radio and this broadcasting crew through the years. It's greatly appreciated. But one of the things that really jumped out at me coming out of that meeting was that you were just a little overconfident. You told me under with no reservations that this team would be good and they would be good soon. And sure enough, by 2006 there was a state championship trophy on your mantle. Tell our listeners how those first few years were, the quick growth, the quick success that you had.
I tell everybody this. My first year, I felt like if I would have had that senior class for multiple years, that's really one of the best classes that Cedar Hill's had, with Marcus Herford and Sylvester Walker and Clint Arnold and Jordan Dill and all those guys, and the class ahead of were behind them, the juniors with Wayne McKnight and guys like that. They were really good. We just we didn't know how to win, and it takes some off seasons to learn how to be mentally tough enough to win a 2-point or 3-point game and fight through some adversity, and that's always been a regret that I wish that I had of those guys a couple of years, because I think that was a really special group. And then I had an interview today, and I told the interviewer today that after my second year, we went 5-5. I went into Miss Farmer's office and asked her not to fire me, and because I just felt like that was a failure, that 5-5 was not good enough, that we were better than that. And, we were in 2 games. We were a slip away from beating Lamar that year to go to the playoffs. That was also the same year that we had the co-possession in the Duncanville game, and we had the ball on the sideline, and for some reason the officials awarded Duncanville the ball, and they won the game, or we'd have been in the playoffs off of that win. So I'll never forget that. And she kind of laughed at me and said, "What do you mean?" And she goes, "Well," I told her, I said, "Well, 5-5 is not good enough. I'm better than that, and I just want you to stick with me." And she said, "Well, we're going to be okay." And sure enough, we visited some people and got better at some of the things we were doing and got in the playoffs in 2005. It was a huge deal because we needed that experience, and then we turned around with an exceptional class of kids, and some playing in the NFL now, and had an incredible quarterback and an incredible defense. Won the state championship, and since then have just I think become what we wanted to be, and that was a team that was mentioned with the state powers in the state of Texas.
Well, you go back, you talked about that 2005, your first playoff game, and the first playoff game in many, many years for the Cedar Hill Longhorns. And I seem to have trouble remembering. It was against some little bitty school that no one's ever heard of. Allen, I believe, is what their name is.
No doubt.
And if memory serves me correct, we lose that game after being stopped on the goal line right at the end of the game. So.
We did, and it's funny. People always I thought your son wrote an incredible article, kind of my philosophy of coaching, and I love reading that.
The
family article and coaching with love and stuff like that. And then so people always ask me if my philosophy, and he really hit the nail on the head. And then other people ask why do you take so many timeouts so quick? And
what kind of person asks that question?
Well, what's funny is that there's 2 defining moments where that philosophy was developed, and one was in 2005 and one was in 2008, and both of them were critical parts of the game that the coaches said we're going to be okay, and we had 10 men on the field getting the 11th out late. I was going to take a timeout and didn't, and I look back on it and I wished I would have. We got hit in the mouth on the goal line, and they ended up, we were fixed to tie the game 14-14, and they caused a fumble and turned around and beat us 21-7. We outgained them 500 plus yards to 250 yards and really dominated from 20-20. We just couldn't get in the end zone, and I wish I'd called a timeout. And then you turn around and you fast forward to 2008. And we don't get out. It's 4th and 1 against Wiley. We don't get the first down, and we're running a guy out late. And I wish I'd have called it. I ran past the hash marks. I just didn't run far enough down to the 20 to get the timeout. And so some of those kind of experiences have kind of led me early in games to burn some timeouts, and I usually make a joke out of it over the headsets and with the kids. So they kind of.
Well, I just want you to know that you can't hear our broadcasts as they're going on, but my broadcast partners here, they give you the devil about that, Joey. Now me, I'm completely understanding of where you're coming from on those timeouts. I'm sure
I've been better over the last couple. I had one last week. I had one when we kicked the field goal. It didn't rhyme. I had a timeout. So I've tried to become better going into half and going into the last part of the game to at least have one. But I go back. I heard a story about Gordon Woods, and he's talking about playing. Yes, sir. And he's talking about playing Everman and this huge game. It was a pivotal game in district. Chris Boyd tells me this because he played on that team, and he talks about how Coach was not going to let Everman get an edge as far as the momentum. And on the first drive, he used all 3 of his timeouts in the first half on the first drive, and they fumbled on the 3-yard line. And everybody comes over, and he was, see, guys, I told you. And so, that I remember after last year thinking what a great timeout Gary Joseph took for Katy after we caused that fumble on kickoff. He called a timeout and settled his guys down. So sometimes those timeouts are really used to break momentum or to really settle your kids down. It's never the ones you hate the most, the ones that I hate the most, the ones that probably get the worst on the headsets are the ones to where you're going to have to take a timeout because of substitution. Those are the only ones. I don't mind using I don't mind using them for breaking momentum and stuff like that. I hate using them for substitutions.
Well, we're glad that you've given us a good explanation of that timeout. Maybe you guys now will be a little bit nicer whenever he takes those. Coach, you brought up Gary Joseph, who is the head coach at your opponent for the state championship for the second year in a row, Katy. Coach Joseph's won 3 state championships. The school has won 7.
Right.
We came so close last year, and I know you're a sports movie fan like myself, and I kind of play out this Rocky 1 and Rocky 2 scene in my head, where in Rocky 1, in the original Rocky, he came so close to beating the champion that couldn't be beaten.
Right.
And that inspired the champion even greater for their next match. Do you think that Houston Katy right now is playing with preparing and will play with a little chip on their shoulder because of how many people that saw the game last year really felt like Cedar Hill outplayed them?
It's going to be interesting. I mean, every year it's a new team, it's a new group. Even though you have kids that are returning and been a part of that game, I've been lucky through that state championship game to getting to know Coach Joseph a little bit better. I'm a huge fan of his. I spoke right after he did at the A&M clinic last spring, and so getting to listen to him and then getting to know him a little bit better, it has really been fun. And it's what's funny, I talked to him Saturday after they won and we won, and he reminded me that I told him in the state 707 tournament we played Katy and they beat us right at the end of the game. He reminded me that I said we were going to play again in the state championship game, and he said, maybe you and I ought to go to Vegas after this because you predicted it. They're going to play hard because they're Katy. They're going to do everything right because they're Katy, and they are one of the greatest programs to ever play this game, and that, I think, motivates us more to want to be the guy that knocks them off, that want to be the guy that I want them to get number 8, but not on my watch, not against Cedar Hill. So I think there's some motivational factors, but a couple people have asked me about the revenge factor. It's there, but I don't really care who we play. I want to win a state championship to win a state championship.
You make plans for just about everything: the weekend, vacation, going out to dinner. But have you created a plan for the rest of your life? Start your financial strategy today with AXA Advisors. Call Thomas Lee at 972-455-9114. That's 972-455-9114. Securities offered through AXA Advisors, LLC, 212-314-4600. Member FINRA, SIPC.
Are you studying on your own for the SAT or ACT? Follow My Test Answers on Twitter and Facebook for free solutions to official test questions. Got a question of your own? Send a message to My Test Answers and get a response for free. Got more than one question? Don't worry, we'll answer those too. With over a decade of experience in helping students prepare for standardized tests, the experts at My Test Answers will get you the answers you want whenever you need it. My Test Answers, problems solved.
There's a time and a place for everything.
As you'll see, projections for the next quarter are...
He shoots, he scores! 2 points for team middle management. The office is not one of them.
Jack, can I see you in my office?
No pouting, it's your ball, let's see what you got.
But Whirly Ball is. For corporate events, team building, and private parties, Whirly Ball in Hearst and Plano is electric fun. Test your skills on the arcade games. Zip around in your Whirly Bug for a Whirly Ball competition. Or play the most affordable laser tag in the city. Learn more at whirlyball.info.
Are you tired of only spending time as a family huddled around the TV? Would you like to enjoy some culture with your loved ones without breaking the bank? Then let me introduce you to the Greater Dallas Youth Orchestra. The GDYO provides music education and performance opportunities for musically talented youth, but this is no kids' concert. The GDYO comprises 7 different ensembles made up of over 425 talented musicians ages 8 to 18, representing more than 50 communities in North Texas. You won't believe how amazing these ensembles sound until you hear it for yourself. So join them for one of their concerts at the Meyerson Symphony Center or Dallas City Performance Hall. For more information on how to make a donation, as well as a listing of upcoming GDYO concerts, visit gdyo.org. And if you know a talented young musician interested in an unbelievable experience, auditions take place in the spring. Connect with the Greater Dallas Youth Orchestra on Facebook, Twitter, LinkedIn, and at gdyo.org.
It's time to claim your Texas birthright. Do you want to be a Texas football legend? Subscribe today to the Dave Campbell's Texas Football Legends Package. You will get a year's worth of great content, exclusive collectibles, and special access to football experiences. What's more is all Texas Football Legends subscribers will get their name published in the 2014 summer edition of Dave Campbell's Texas Football. This is a perfect gift for the football fanatic in your house. Become a Texas football legend today by subscribing at texasfootball.com.
At Germania, you get more than insurance. You get assurance. That's why Germania Life offers a wide variety of policies, flexible terms, and a range of premium options. Germania knows how Texans live and can help you plan for this stage of your life and beyond. Visit GermaniaInsurance.com to find an agent near you.
Trust Germania.
To win because of him.
Michael Glaze is the Cedar Hill offensive coordinator, and for our listeners that aren't as familiar with the entire coaching staff as we are, and Joey, you know, when you talk about Michael Glaze, you've got to be so proud of, since he came here in 2008, and Coach Glaze really became, as I understand it, and you can speak to this, really became a student of the Todd Dodge way of developing quarterbacks.
Well, you know, we hired him, Richard Leonard, who was our former offensive coordinator. We've had 4 offensive coordinators in my 11 years. Chris Boyd, you know, brought in the Ennis offense, and it continues. Sam Harrell's blueprint is all over this. You know, the great Sam Harrell that was the Ennis coach for so long. And then it went from Chris Boyd to Stephen Hafford, who was the coordinator when we won it in 2006, and then Richard Leonard. And Coach Leonard and Coach Glaze went to college together at Hardin-Simmons, and we needed a quarterback guy. And everybody I talked to said he was one of the best. And he's one of these guys that's not afraid to learn from anybody. He's spent a lot of time with Todd Dodge and with the way you train quarterbacks. And so we actually got him here at Cedar Hill, getting him to take a step down to take a step up. And what I mean by that is he was the offense coordinator at Pflugerville Conley, and got him here to be a position coach, and then turned around and got him as our coordinator whenever Coach Leonard left. And man, he's just been phenomenal. He's probably the most professional coach I've ever been around. He makes me better every single day, and he is just meticulous on the way he goes about getting ready for a game. And I'll tell you, he's ready to be a head coach. We're going to lose him because he's ready to be a head coach, but he is prepared. There are guys on our staff that are prepared to be coordinators because of Michael Glaze.
Tony, you have a question for Coach McGuire?
Well, I was just going to bring up a comment. Being a student and now an alum, many of our listeners, I'm not even sure if Coach McGuire knows this, but my senior year, I was a golfer here, golfed at Cedar Hill for a while. Coach Glaze was actually the assistant golf coach.
Right.
A lot of people don't know that, but he came over from football, almost had like a football coach mentality.
You're not going to blame him for your hook, are you?
No, not at all. But he kind of brought a football mentality to it and put in a position where there was no doubt in our mind we were going to win a district championship. And the motivation that he put in me and everybody else in the team, while at the same time being just as cool as a cucumber and everything that he did, was just inspiring. And maybe you can touch on that a little bit, because on the 4th and 5 last week that we had against Lake Travis, Coach Glaze or the coaching staff in general called a wildcat play with putting DeMarcus Lodge in the backfield. And as it was going on, I look over and right next door is Coach Michael Glaze. And cool as a cucumber, no emotion.
And Cody, that 4th and 5 that you're talking about, we all looked at each other at the time when the DeMarcus Lodge went into the Wildcat formation and thought, I immediately thought, you can speak to this as well, I immediately thought we've got a trick play. Absolutely. We're not just going to run the ball out of the Wildcat on 4th and 5, because obviously you become one-dimensional and everybody and their mother knows we're going to do it. And sure as shooting, that's exactly what DeMarcus Lodge did, and picks up 5.5 yards and a first down.
Well, that's the kind of his. It's kind of his demeanor. I mean, you said it perfectly, Coach Glaze. He's as passionate as anybody I've been around, but his passion is he's kind of got that perfect poker face, and he's perfectly calm, and he demands a perfection out of his players that's really, really fun to be around and to learn from. And going back to that one play, I do want to brag on somebody, Denver Daniels. Without his block on that play of digging out their best player on defense, number 11, we don't get the first down. And it was pretty incredible to watch that of Denver being able to do that. Like you said, everybody knew it was either going to be a trick play or he's going to run the quarterback counter, and we run the quarterback counter. And, Coach Glaze it was in the paper today, made a comment, if we're going down with our best player with the ball in his hands. And with that right there, we knew a direct snap to DeMarcus Lodge, we were going to put it in our best player's hands at that moment.
Coach, on the other side of the ball, you speak so highly of your offensive coordinator and Michael Glaze, and it's all certainly very warranted. But for as long as I have been doing the play-by-play for Cedar Hill, you have been the head coach, and our teams year in and year out have been unbelievably exciting on the offensive side of the ball. On the defensive side of the ball, I always felt like it was almost a result of the fact that we were so potent and fast and NASCAR-like on offense that it had an adverse impact on any defense.
Right.
But, we've seen in the last 2 years under defensive coordinator Steve Limley a Cedar Hill defense that started getting good, if you will, last year, and as this year has gone on, they have turned into a stifling defense, a defense that would hold Austin Lake Travis last week to under 300 yards, and most importantly, held them to 10 points, a team that was averaging 44 points a game. Talk a little bit about Coach Limley and the importance he's had on your program.
Well, what's funny is they're two totally different personalities as far as the demeanor and what you're going to see, because you're going to see the cool, calm Coach Glaze, and then you're going to see the ever excitable Coach Limley. And Coach Limley, he's been with me for 11 years, and this has been a really good transition. He is a student of the game. He is constantly learning. He wants to pick people's brains. He's constantly, let's go here and talk to this guy, and let's go talk to this guy. And you've kind of got, I think, without a doubt, defensively, this is the best defense we've ever had in 11 years statistically. I mean, if you go back, I think in 06, we were like between 278 and 280 for the year. Right now, we're like at 255.
Right.
For the year on defense.
Total yards per game.
Yes, sir, and on the average. So this has been our best defense. I think you've got a couple things that have happened on defense. Number one, I think you've got a guy that was not scared to go back to the odd front after having so much time invested into an even front. And he was not scared to say, this is what I'm familiar with, so if we're going to go down, let's go down fighting with what we know.
And that's three down line.
And that's three down line with a 3-4, where last year we started the season, we were horrific. The first three games on defense, it was a 4-2-5. And we were just making it too complicated and asking our kids to do things that they weren't comfortable doing. And I don't think the coaching staff was comfortable doing. So him having the guts to say, we need to do this. His right-hand man, along with that, is Corey Jennings. And when you put that whole group together, really, but when you put those two guys together, they have been phenomenal at creating this defense of it's simple, letting our kids play fast, but on the other side of it, it's really complex whenever you're looking at trying to block our guys and how they set stuff up. And it also comes this year with more experience. You've got 7 guys that played a ton of football last year, a number of them that played all 16 games and now are fixed to play their 16th game this year. So all of that together really has created this defense. And Coach Limley coaches with a passion that's a little bit more, they're both similar passion-wise, but his is more vocal and more excitable and like you said, alum. Coach Limley, I mean, he's one of the loudest, craziest, bull in the china closet type guys, and his defense is playing like that.
You brought up Coach Corey Jennings, of course, and while he works with Coach Limley on the defensive line, he's also the assistant head coach. And I know for you to have Coach Jennings in that position says a lot about him from a character and work ethic standpoint. Can you tell our listeners a little bit about Coach Jennings? Because he's not, he's kind of an in the background guy. He's not a front and center guy like some of our coaches.
Well, Coach Jennings, he's my assistant head coach, and he's kind of that sounding board. He's he teaches psychology and sociology. He's got that kind of brain and can really, he's a thinker. He's a guy that's not quick to speak. He's gonna think through what he really wants to articulate from the standpoint of this is what we should be doing. He's not going to be a guy that's just throwing stuff out there to say something. He wants to, think through it and know that we're going in the right direction. The other thing that Coach Jennings, whenever you sit there and you talk about how you win as a program, Coach Jennings and Coach Kevin Benjamin are two of the strongest guys, and the whole staff works with this, but Coach Jennings is our strength coach. He's our powerlifting coach. He's the head coach, and one of the things that we believe in is we don't care how big you are. We don't really care how tall you are. How much you weigh, we care about how strong you are. I mean, Kyle Goss is a perfect example of that, our outside linebacker at about 165 pounds and probably 5'4" or 5'5", and he benches 300 pounds and squats 500 pounds, and that's why he can play at this level in 5A football. And then you turn around and Coach Benjamin's our head track coach, and the speed of the game and the strength of the game and the aggressiveness that we play with, you have to have great powerlifting and track coaches that are really kind of that formula. All of our kids run track, all of our kids powerlift, unless they're in, and then they come out of that sport and do it. But, we've got guys that are in baseball that's what they go to. All of our kids play 2 sports, but the ones that aren't in baseball or aren't in basketball, they're in track and powerlifting.
I'm Bill Howard along with Cody Krim and Cam Bowen. We're visiting with head coach Joey McGuire as his team prepares for the Division II 5A state championship game against Houston Katy. And Cam, I know you had a question or two for Coach McGuire as well.
Yeah, Coach, I did want to just kind of touch base on your philosophy and motivation, because you coach a lot of kids can range from 14 to 18. And with Cedar Hill always having such a big target on their back, some coaches take a nameless, faceless opponent type of approach toward motivation. Some say, we're playing Katy. They beat us last year in the state championship. Rah, rah. Where would you say that you fall in, and as far as what type of motivation you would like to bring toward your kids?
That's a great question. That I feel like, and y'all know me, I feel like I'm a very humble person. And I try to give everybody credit because I'm not the smartest person in the world. I surround myself with very intelligent people, but I think God's blessed me with a gift of motivation. I feel like that's the strongest. If you said, are you an X's and O's guy? Are you this, and this? My talents, I think, are more of motivation. And so getting a kid ready to play and run through a brick wall, is something that I think that we do well here at Cedar Hill. And, it's kind of a mixture. I mean, I think there's a revenge factor, but that's not what I want to hang our hats on, because that was 2012's chapter that they wrote in this program. The 2013 chapter is it's really about us. It's about these kids that are playing right now at this moment. And we talked about being remembered, doing something that we want to paint over the water tower. We don't care who we play. We don't care if we were playing Katy or if we were lining up to play Pearland, if that's who our opponent was. It's more about us and what we do, so we're going to talk about Katy, and we've talked about Katy to an extent all week long, but it's really talking about us and what we have to do, and what I've told them is whoever can do what they're coached to do the best and the longest is who's going to win this game. So if Coach Joseph can get his kids to do that better than I can get my kids to do that, then they're going to win the game. If we can turn around and as coaches get our kids to do what they're coached to do harder and longer on Saturday, then we're going to win the game. We're going to win a state championship.
Coach, as you prepare for the last game with this 2013 group, I wonder if some of your feelings might be the same as us from the press box watching down on this team since the beginning of the year. They've lost 2 football games this year to DeSoto and to Allen. Anyone that knows anything about high school football in the state of Texas, and that's a whole bunch of people, know that DeSoto and Allen played the de facto state championship game last Saturday at Mesquite. Allen winning a great football game, right, 42-35. Katy hasn't played Allen or DeSoto. They're undefeated. You certainly could have been undefeated as you were in position and competitive in both games against DeSoto and Allen early in the year. Do you think that this team, have they matured as much as we up in the press box believe that they've matured? I believe I told you after the state semifinal last week, that I thought this was the most mature football team on the field that you had ever had during mine and your time here doing this.
Well, it's funny you said that, and Brady Bond, who was a former football player of ours, he was a senior whenever I first took the job, and then he coached for us for many years. He coaches the secondary at Lake Travis. And he sent me a text after the game, and he said that he felt like that was the best team that we've had as far as they fought the hardest. They were probably played the best that he's seen really probably since the 06 team, if not even more prepared or better than that group. And I think they have. You're talking about a really young offense that started 9. I mean, depending on what formation package was out there on Saturday, there were 9 underclassmen that were out on that field against Lake Travis on offense. And the quarterback, Justin McMillan, has just come miles and miles. I mean, it's almost every single day. And so he's become one of the best quarterbacks, I think, in the state of Texas. He watches more film than any kid I've ever had before. He works as hard as any kid I've had before. And you're talking about maturing. That young man has matured tremendously. And then you go to throughout the offensive line and any of those guys. And then even the guys that are seniors, a lot of them were seniors, juniors that played JV because of how stacked we were. So without a doubt, those guys have really matured. And then defensively, I think that there's a different maturity process with those guys. If Richard Leonard hadn't had a personal foul in the last 3 games, knock on wood, he doesn't get one on Saturday, but he hasn't stopped playing the way with that passion and that almost he plays with a passion and anger. Not an anger like in a bad way, but just the way, how aggressive he and how he is. And sometimes that bleeds over into a bad flag, but he hadn't had it in the last couple of weeks, and that's a maturing process.
That is, again, Coach Joey McGuire being interviewed by Bill Howard, myself, Cameron Boland, and Cody Krim. You're listening to the Longhorn pregame show, an extended pregame show. We're going to throw it to some commercials, and when we come back, we'll have more with Coach Joey McGuire. You're listening to the pregame show for the 5A Division II state championship game between Cedar Hill and the Katy Tigers.
When you want to start a financial strategy, you need one-on-one guidance from trained professionals in the financial services business. Axe Advisors is part of a global company helping millions of people pursue their financial goals. Contact Thomas Lee with Axe Advisors today to get started on your financial strategy. Call Thomas Lee at 972-455-9114. That's 972-455-9114. Securities offered through Axe Advisors, LLC, 212-314-4600. Member FINRA SIPC.
If you're a basketball parent or coach, you need Stacky, the simplest way to keep stats ever created. Our easy-to-use iPad app turns anyone into a professional statistician, and all they have to do is simply follow the ball. Produce full and accurate box scores and play-by-play reports. Send accurate stats out to your fans, media, or recruiters. It's sports statistic collection redefined. Stacky is available right now in the iPad App Store for just $4.99, and there are team fundraising opportunities available as well. On the web at stackgeek.com. Stacky, keep your eye on the ball.
Do you need a boost in exposure? Want to reach local, community-minded folks with information about your business? Join the Champion Sports Radio team and advertise during these games. In the last 4 years, Champion Sports Radio has broadcast over 600 games for more than 3.5 million listeners. And Champion Sports Radio wants to help you use major high school sports to reach thousands of local fans right in your community. It's also a way for your business to give back to the community by helping all these well-deserving student athletes get some recognition for their accomplishments. The cost simply can't be beat for the effect it will have. You get a lot of bang for your buck, and best of all, it provides an opportunity for the best advertisement of all, word of mouth. To secure your prime commercial spot during the broadcast, contact Thomas Lee at Champion Sports Radio by phone at 972-741-0334. That's 972-741-0334 or online at championsportsradio.com. Champion Sports Radio, your home for championship broadcast.
The Centers for Disease Control and Prevention estimates that nearly 4 million brain injuries occur every year due to sports in the U.S. They also estimate that 70% of concussions go unreported. Not identifying concussions early can be devastating, especially if the athlete continues to play with symptoms. Catching hard hits fast is critical, and that's why you need the Shockbox Helmet Impact Sensor. The Shockbox is a small sensor that easily attaches to most football, lacrosse, and hockey helmets and instantly sends a signal to a smartphone on the sidelines when the player has taken a hard hit that puts them at higher risk for injury. The free app receives data from the sensor, displays information about the impact, and even walks the user through a concussion assessment. The app also logs symptom and impact data for future medical use. Visit ShopboxDFW.com to learn more about the Shockbox Impact Alert Sensor and determine if it is the right option for your child. Be warned instantly when a player has experienced a head impact that could result in a concussion. Visit ShockboxDFW.com today. ShockboxDFW.com.
Birthright. Do you want to be a Texas football legend? Subscribe today to the Dave Campbell's Texas Football Legends package. You will get a year's worth of great content that can only come from the Southwest's leading football source since 1960. Additionally, you will get a limited edition hardbound copy of the Bible for Texas football fans, the beloved Summer Edition. Even better, you will receive a free annual subscription to the new digital package. 4 great digital and interactive magazines that download straight to your smartphone or smart tablet. What's more is all Texas Football Legends subscribers will get their name published in the 2014 Summer Edition of Dave Campbell's Texas Football. This is a perfect gift for the football fanatic in your house. Become a Texas Football Legend today by subscribing at www.texasfootball.com. Again, that is www.texasfootball.com to claim your Texas birthright.
Cameron Bolin here with Bill Howard and Cody Krim. You're listening to the pregame show for the state championship game of Division 5A, 5A Division 2. Cedar Hill taking on the Katy Tigers. Again, I told you that we were listening to Coach McGuire for an extended interview on the Coach Joey McGuire show, and we have a few more words with Coach McGuire recorded earlier Wednesday.
I think you said Richard Leonard.
I meant Richard Moore. I said Richard.
Well, and I knew once you started talking about not getting the penalties, because Richard Moore is one of the broadcasting crew's absolute favorite players. But he has made us pull what little hair we have left out on a few occasions. Another player, to your point, Coach, that played a very mature football game and was simply outstanding. We talked to Richard. We're lucky enough to be able to talk to him after the game, and we thought as a group that he was the best football player on the field during the state semifinal game.
Yeah, he played tremendous. I mean, I think he was credited for 15 tackles. 4 of them were for a loss, and he had 2 sacks. And, you know how much I love Chris Francis, and I think that I still, to this day, will say that he made the best football player I've ever seen in my life. That
would be a goal line play in the state semifinals.
Without a doubt. And the way he could torque his body and put himself in a hitting position and physically shouldn't be able to roll his hips. I've never seen anybody do that until Richard Moore, and Richard Moore is the same way. He can torque his body and get himself, and he's going to have to do it a bunch. He and Davion Dillard, they are keys. Our other inside linebacker, 2 and 4 are keys. If we're going to beat Katy, those 2 are going to have to be able to hit 26 and 5 constantly, almost on every play for us to have a chance.
Well, I tell you, I don't think, and I'm sure you feel the same way, I think our broadcast team feels like that couldn't be in 2 better hands than in Richard Moore and Davion Dillard, 2 outstanding players. We're with head coach Joey McGuire here, just having some words with Coach McGuire as his team is preparing this week to take on Katy in a rematch of the 2012 Division II State 5A Championship game. Well, Coach, we've talked about a lot of subjects tonight, and before we let you go, we've got to talk to you about the most important subject of all, at least this week, and that is the monster that is the Katy Tigers. We talked about the 7 state championships, the 3 under Gary Joseph. Congratulations, by the way, to Coach Joseph, who was named the Houston Touchdown Club Coach of the Year this week. He the second time he has won that honor. He also won it in 2005. This is a team, Coach, in Katy whose last loss was on November 26th of 2011, when they lost to LaPorte 9-7 in the state playoffs. They would run into LaPorte again in the 2012 playoffs and beat them 55-10. This is a team that has lost 2 games since December of 2010. They know how to win. They know how to win against Cedar Hill because they did it a week ago. These are all the things that keep great coaches up at night. What do you do against a team that has only given up 93 points all year and scored over 600? They haven't been in a close football game all season, and this is much like they were a year ago. Tell our fans and listeners what we believe in our heart of hearts, that Cedar Hill is going to win the football game. We just want to know how.
Well, that's easy. It's probably easier said than done, but I feel the same way that you do. I think we've got a great chance of beating Katy, and there's a couple of things. And this is what I told our team last year. We've seen teams like them. I don't know if we've seen a team better. I don't know if Allen's better. I don't know if DeSoto's better. I know that they're all three great football teams. I will say this. They have not seen a team like us. And what I mean by that is they haven't seen a team that is going to be as physical off the edge on defense as we are. That comes from my background with Robert Woods. He was my head coach. He was the head coach for 9 years whenever I was at Crowley and Cedar Hill. And it's old school football, and that's what Saturday is. It's old school football. And a lot of people, when they play Katy, I think at some point are intimidated of Katy. I think some point they're beat before they step on the field because it is the Katy Tigers. And then I think at some point that people aren't willing to be as physical as what you have to be for 4 quarters. There's going to be some guys that don't make a single tackle on defense that I'll know we won because of them. Kyle Goss, Aaron Carruthers, DeMarcia Perry, David Ashelano, our outside linebackers, some stuff that we're going to ask them to do. They're not going to get their name called very much. But we're going to ask them to bounce a play and set the edge and let us chase it down with our speed. And that gave us a chance last year to do it. And that gave us a chance last year to do it with a defense that was really good, and I think we're better on defense. And then you turn around on offense, and last year we had to throw the football. We weren't very effective running the football. I think we're a better offensive line than we were last year, and I think we have some running backs that can really put some pressure on Katy that we didn't have a year ago.
Well, and you bring up an interesting point there, Coach, when a lot of people may not realize that we were down to a linebacker playing running back last year, and Bobby Jackson, and may I say that Bobby Jackson did an admirable job in that position. All you could have asked for. Larry Hill will play this week. He didn't play in the state finals last year, and you've got the Denver Daniels and Peter Lewis, also excellent running backs. But I'll tell you, who really gets us excited on the offensive side of the ball, we just can't help it, is Cedric Ware.
Yeah, Aka Cedric Ware. I call him Cedric Ware, or I call him Aka. He is a grown man, and what's kind of I'm hoping it's a little ironic, or I don't know if irony's the deal, but he's wearing 28 because of Adam Taylor. Whenever last year when we were coming in picking numbers, he was going to wear 17. And I told him, I said, man, you kind of remind me of that big running back and could be physically as big as that young man before this is all said and done. And you the style that you run with reminds me of him. I said, boy,
Adam Taylor, the running back for Katy last year. It was really, when all was said and done, was truly the difference in the football game. That prompted Katy to that win.
Yeah, and it's I'm hoping that he ended our season, the 28 from them ended our season. I'm hoping our 28 gets to end their season, and I'm going to tell you, he's a monster. And we knew that the whole time, but he came out of 2 days with a hip pointer. And then we got him back healthy against Allen. He had a really good game against Allen on limited touches. And then he goes into Ozen, pops one for about 20 yards, and then gets hit on that hip again. And we really we felt like that if we really didn't rest him multiple weeks, then it was going to be a prolonged period where we couldn't have him. And he did it.
Hello again, everyone, and welcome to AT&T Stadium, the home of the Dallas Cowboys, for tonight's Division II 5A state championship matchup between the Katy Tigers and your Cedar Hill Longhorns. I'm Bill Howard with my broadcast partners Cam Boland and Cody Krim. It's rainy, it's cold outside, but in Jerry's world, guys, the weather's always perfect, and it is tonight as a rematch of the 2013 Division II championship game set to take place here this evening. When we come back, we'll take a quick look at both teams. We hope you enjoyed our extended pregame show and the conversation with head coach Joey McGuire. When we return, we'll take a look at tonight's two teams and be set for the 5A Division II kickoff. You're listening to Cedar Hill Longhorn Football on the Champion Sports Radio Network. We'll be back in a moment.
Never do today what you can put off until tomorrow, right? Now, that's not exactly the saying, but it seems like people would rather do anything other than doing something about their finances. That's why there's AXA Advisors. We work one-on-one with you to create a financial strategy for the things you need tomorrow. Start your financial strategy today with AXA Advisors. Call Thomas Lee at 972-455-9114. That's 972-455-9114. Securities offered through AXA Advisors, LLC, 212-314-4600. Member FINRA SIPC.
There's a time and a place for everything.
As you'll see, projections for the next quarter are...
He shoots, he scores! 2 points for team middle management. The office is not one of them.
Jack, can I see you in my office?
No pouting, it's your ball. Let's see what you got.
But Whirly Ball is. For corporate events, team building, and private parties, Whirly Ball in Hearst and Plano is electric fun. Test your skills on the arcade games. Zip around in your for a Whirly Ball competition, or play the most affordable laser tag in the city. Learn more at whirlyball.info.
This broadcast is under the direction and is copywritten by Champion Sports Radio. Any rebroadcast, retransmission, or use of the audio stream, and any and all other use of the accounts of this broadcast without the direct written consent and permission of Champion Sports Radio
is strictly prohibited. All rights are reserved by Champion Sports Radio and ChampionSportsRadio.com. This is a presentation of Champion Sports Radio, your home for championship broadcasts.
We're back at a semi-jammed AT&T Stadium for the Division II Class 5A State High School Football Championship matchup between the Tigers of Katy at 15-0 and your Cedar Hill Longhorns that come in 13-2. And both teams now taking the field. The Cedar Hill Longhorns will be in their gray jerseys, trimmed in black and red numerals, gray pants, red helmets with the scripted horns across the side, and the Katy Tigers in their ever-familiar red jerseys, white numerals, white helmets with the tiger paw on the side. Each team going through their pregame ritual. How did these teams get here, Cam? The Cedar Hill Longhorns, of course, defeated Denton Geyer. I'm sorry. That was back in the regular season. Actually, how they got here was they defeated Temple in a comeback win, 39-35. Then soundly defeated Hebron. Took a tough Abilene Cooper team and beat them 28-23. Destroyed Denton Ryan 52-29, and then in the state semis, took Lake Travis 19-10. Some tough games for Cedar Hill along the way, but the Longhorns persevered each and every step of the way.
And I think it says something for a team to face the level of competition that Cedar Hill has and have the mental toughness to overcome tough environments far away from home, as Cedar Hill has in the playoffs, and be able to come to a second straight state championship game, this time with a lot of first-year starters offensively.
These two teams, Cody Krim, are very familiar with each other. They met a year ago, 364 days ago to be exact. And Katy came out on top after the Longhorns led that football game with 7 minutes to go. Katy's road to AT&T Stadium, it was a little bit easier when you look at the teams they played. They defeated Houston Memorial 35-0. Houston Madison 70-0. Houston Cy Woods 51-7. Fort Bend Elkins 56-26. Manville 56-14. And then in the state semifinal game beat San Antonio Johnson 52-0. Cody, I'm not sure that Katy has seen anything like the Cedar Hill Longhorns in 2013.
No, absolutely not, Bill. Not to knock Katy on their tremendous 15-0 season, but I think something that you touched on in the pregame show with McGuire when we were able to sit down in the interview is that the Horns, had they not scheduled Allen, had a team like DeSoto not been in their district, two teams that were 1-2 in the nation, played a de facto state championship game a week ago. Had Cedar Hill not had to face those teams, they could easily be 15-0 right now. but not to take any away from Katy. They are a very good, sound, fundamental football team.
Longhorns and Tigers meet at midfield for the toss. The captains for your Longhorns, Xavier Washington. He's joined there by number 99, Trevon Williams, number 51, Julian Shade, and guys, I am proud to say that number 14, Jadron Hurd, who has been out all year with a knee injury, is dressed out tonight and is on the field as a captain.
Yeah, absolutely. Jadron Hurd, who came into last season as the backup quarterback as a junior, got some plays at wide receiver in the slot until he tore his ACL earlier in the season. Unfortunately for Hurd, tore his ACL again earlier this season and has not been able to play, and that's really something that you like to see is a kid that is unable to play come up and dress out for the state championship.
For the Katy Tigers, their captains are number 45, Jake Blomstrom, number 6, Tanner Ebrick, and their quarterback, number 15, Kylie Huddleston. They also joined by number 95, Tim Wilkerson. The coin has been tossed. The Cedar Hill Longhorns have won the toss, and they have elected. Katy won the toss, and they have deferred, and Cedar Hill will get the ball first, and they'll be moving from left to right. Ladies and gentlemen, it's championship football time on the Champion Sports Radio Network. The Katy Tigers, the Cedar Hill Longhorns, 15-0, 13-2. We've seen these matchups all the time growing up, whether it was Highland Park, Plano, whether it was Odessa Permian and Port Neches Grove. But tonight, it's Katy and Cedar Hill. This feels a little bit like Ali and Frazier, Hearns and Leonard. This ought to be a great one, guys.
Yeah, and I'm really excited for the Horns. Back in the state championship, back-to-back years, especially for this defense. Such a junior-laden defense from a year ago. Really a special thing that they get to come back and not just play another championship game, but to get revenge or a chance to get revenge against the team that dominated them in the running game a year ago.
Denver Daniels back in deep return formation for the Longhorns, and he's joined by the freshman, number 26, Jalen Jackson. Kicking off for Houston Katy will be number 90, Manny Mendoza, and we're just about set to go here at AT&T Stadium. Clock still says 50 seconds on it, and I think they're going to have to let that clock run down. The officials gave them the okay. We're going to have to set that clock down to 0 as it's only on 40 right now. Here we go, set to go, Mendoza. Checking with the officials, he's got the okay, and we're ready to go from AT&T Stadium. Mendoza hits a short pooch kick. Longhorns going to fair catch the ball on the 25-yard line there. It's number 82, Caleb Ray, and that's where the Longhorns will set up shop. First down and 10 to begin the Division II 5A state championship game.
And it'll be interesting to see how Coach Glaze comes out and attacks the Katy defense, a defense that's not as fast or athletic as Cedar Hill. Will Cedar Hill come out, be very aggressive, and take the top off the Katy defense with the great player DeMarcus Lodge?
3 down linemen for Katy. They play with a 4 linebacker, make it 5 linebackers. Longhorns come out with McMillan as the quarterback. The running back is number 28. No running back now. They go doubles either side. Empty backfield on first down for the Longhorns. McMillan looking over the defense. Lodge wide to the left. Direct snap to McMillan. Throws the stop route. Got a man. Ball's complete. Up to the 35 is Larry Hill. And he's going to pick up close to 10 yards on the initial play of the game, and the Longhorns show a little wrinkle right off the bat.
Yeah, basically the last 4 games in the playoffs, Cedar Hill has come out with a new play, evidenced by that one here.
On second down and 1, McMillan in the empty set, throws out to Lodge. He's got the ball, makes one man miss, going to get the first down up around the 36-yard line. Longhorns throw it twice on the first 2 plays, go empty set. Longhorns picking up the first down of the game. Just underway from AT&T Stadium, 11:32 to go in the first, no score. The Division II 5A state championship matchup between the Katy Tigers and the Cedar Hill Longhorns, and the Longhorns for the third play in a row go at NASCAR speed and go empty. McMillan alone in the shotgun, sends trips to the right, to the left. McMillan changing the play at the line of scrimmage, and he'll throw. Throws the stop route again, got a man up around the 44-yard line. Ball's complete there, and on the catch is number 86, Kurt Johnson, the sophomore wide receiver.
And Cedar Hill really playing pitch and catch right now as Katy's playing 10 yards off the receivers.
Trips to the left, Twins to the right. Short side of the field of the trips, long side the Twins. McMillan looks to the sideline. Now gets the play, and he'll throw. Throws the stop route, got on the slip screen, the ball's complete. And it's complete to Denver Daniels, and Daniels is going to pick up about 7 yards, and he's going to be about a half yard short of the first down, bringing up 3rd down and 1. And for the first time tonight, Longhorns going to, as conventional as the Longhorns go, guys. Shotgun formation. Cedric Ware, the running back, behind Justin McMillan. Ruzicka, the H-back, motions across the formation from right to left. Inside handoff to Ware. He's going to get the first down and then some. He gets up around the 49-yard line, and that's going to be apparently enough for a Cedar Hill Longhorn first down.
And Bill, really the Horns coming out in an unconventional fashion for them, going with a lot of stop routes, really taking what the Katy defense has given them thus far.
Harris and Johnson wide to the left. Daniels, Lodge, and Murdoch trips to the right. Empty backfield set. Longhorns really spreading Katy out early. McMillan in the shotgun. Jet sweep coming to the left as Denver Daniels turns the corner. 50, 45, 40, 35, 30, 20 all the way down to the Katy 25-yard line, giving 26 yards on the jet sweep. From right to left, it's number 25, Denver Daniels.
And a good fake there by McMillan off that jet read. Did a good job of pretending like he was going to keep it. Did a little fake pass to his right. Really brought the defense pursuing that way, opening up a lane for Daniels.
Longhorns come Twins left, trips right. Empty backfield set again. McMillan in the shotgun. Looks to the sideline to quarterback coach Kyle Morales. Morales getting the info from upstairs from the OC, Michael Glaze. 1st and 10. From the Katy 25, McMillan rolls out, gets away from the pressure, going to pull it down, going to try to scramble, is going to end up losing maybe a half yard on the play. Justin McMillan did a good job of eating the ball.
Yeah, very good job eating the ball. No one open. It was a screen play and a deep ball go route for Lodge, but he wasn't open. Good job of reading the defense and eating that one, taking only a half yard loss.
2nd down, let's call it 11. Longhorn's going to come from the right hash mark. Twins to the short side, trips to the wide side of the field, and the Longhorns going to take their first time out. We will too. 9:09 to go. No score here. Longhorn football back in a moment.
Get comfortable. There's nearly 300,000 square miles to explore. In a state this big, you need auto coverage from someone who knows it all. Texas Farm Bureau Insurance, for coverage that's right for how and where you drive and every moment of every mile. Call us, because moments worth covering are never accidents. You could save up to 40% on your auto insurance starting with a free review. Call Texas Farm Bureau Insurance at 877-FARM-BUREAU. Discounts may vary by situation.
It's time to claim your Texas birthright. If you can't live without Dave Campbell's Texas Football Magazine while on the road, subscribe today to the digital versions of the Bible for Lone Star football fans. That's right, Dave Campbell's has gone digital. Download our free app from the iTunes or Google Play Store today and subscribe. The digital subscriber to Dave Campbell's Texas Football will receive 4 exclusive editions a year, complete with extra video and audio features only found here. Download your free app today and bring your Dave Campbell's Texas Football with you wherever you go.
Back at AT&T Stadium, the Division II 5A Class State Football Championship between the Cedar Hill Longhorns and the Katy Tigers. The Longhorns have taken the opening kickoff. They've marched it to the Katy 27-yard line. 9:09 to go in the first. Longhorns got trips to the right, Twins to the left. They're looking at a 2nd down and long 11. McMillan in the shotgun from the right hash mark. Direct snap, Justin straight back. Pulling it down, looking, throwing the ball. Now he's going to pull it down and gets outside to the 20 and gets close to the 18-yard line. That's going to be a pickup of about 9 yards, and Justin McMillan with the coverage there for Katy. Cam pulled the ball down and made hay.
Yeah, another smart decision, and we've seen the maturation of Justin McMillan as the season has progressed. Earlier, he was trying to force that ball into coverage or maybe just sitting in the pocket too long. That time made a quick decision and gained 7 yards.
3rd down and 3. Longhorns go jumbo. Houston in at the H-back. Cedric Ware, the back behind McMillan. Lodge wide to the right. Direct snap, inside handoff to Ware. Coming right, trying to bounce it outside, and he's not going to get it. He's dropped back at the 20. It's going to be a loss of 2 in the first decision for Coach Joey McGuire comes now. Longhorns looking at 4th and 5, and they're sending on Skinny Jeans. Brooks Ralph going to come on, number 41, and he's going to try what should be a 38-yard field goal attempt. Out of the snap of Tavon Smart and the hold by the backup quarterback, number 11, Tavarius Walker. This 38-yarder will be from the right hash mark. The snap is good. The kick is on the way. It's got the distance, and it is good. With 8:22 to go in the first quarter, your Longhorns strike first. Cedar Hill 3, Katy nothing. Longhorn football will be back in a moment.
The Centers for Disease Control and Prevention estimates that nearly 4 million brain injuries occur every year due to sports in the U.S. They also estimate that 70% of concussions go unreported. Not finding concussions early can be devastating, especially if the athlete continues to play with symptoms. Catching hard hits fast is critical, and that's why you need the Shockbox Helmet Impact Sensor. The Shockbox is a small sensor that easily attaches to most football, lacrosse, and hockey helmets and instantly sends a signal to a smartphone on the sidelines when the player has taken a hard hit that puts them at higher risk for injury. The free app receives data from the sensor, displays information about the impact, and even walks the user through a concussion assessment. The app also logs symptom and impact data for future medical use. Visit ShotboxDFW.com to learn more about the Shockbox Impact Alert Sensor and determine if it is the right option for your child. Be warned instantly when a player has experienced a head impact that could result in a concussion. Visit ShockboxDFW.com today. ShockboxDFW.com.
Back at AT&T Stadium, the Cedar Hill Longhorns strike first on a 38-yard field goal by Brooks Ralph. Ralph set to kick off now. He hits a long end-over-end kick, and boy, Brooks is muscling up 3 yards deep, and Katy will sit down in the end zone. The kick fielded there by number 1, Tony Mullins, but the leg of Brooks Ralph showing off early. 8:22 to go in the first, and Katy, for the first time tonight, moving from right to left, will take over 1st down and 10 from their own 25-yard line.
And, Bill, I think Skinny Pants Brooks Ralph may be a little pumped up after that long field goal.
Kyle Porter, Rodney Anderson will switch in and out at running back. Right now it's Kyle Huddleston, I formation, twin receivers to either side, ball in the middle of the field. On 1st down, inside handoff, Anderson, straight up the pipe, big roll, 30, 35, 40, 45, and all the way out to midfield goes number 26, Rodney Anderson, the A&M commit who has 1,821 yards rushing and 33 touchdowns on the year, picks up 25 on his first carry. Well blocked by the Katy front line of Sims, Jinks, Dalton, Spees, and Bell. 1st down and 10, just short of midfield now. Katy comes from the left hash mark, moving from right to left. Twins to the right, I formation behind Huddleston. Toss play right to Anderson. Longhorns try to seal it, but can. He gets to the 40, 35, 30-yard line, and it's again number 26, Rodney Anderson. And Cam, he's showing early why Texas A&M's exciting to have him in the fold.
Yeah, very strong kid. Not the biggest guy in the world at only about 5'8", 5'9", but good speed is his best attribute. And really good job, but there's no one is there to tackle or touch Anderson until he's about 10 yards down the field.
1st down and 10 from the Longhorn 31. I formation, wide receivers either side. Now motion across the formation. Inside handoff to Anderson, and he's met in the backfield by number 31, Jonathan Buffin.
Great job of Buffin reading which way the line was going for Katy. He came around from his outside linebacker spot, making a great play on Anderson.
Loss of 3, make it 2nd down and 13. Longhorns get their first negative play, 75. Zach Davis, the 300-pounder, checks in at nose tackle. Twin receivers to the right, to the short side of the field. Tight end strong left. One back in the backfield. Motion across the formation from right to left. Inside handoff to the big back. And he gets to the 31-yard line. And Kyle Goss, the little monster, plows the running back, number 43, Kirk Williams.
They actually Rodney Anderson again.
Oh, it was Anderson again. I'm sorry. You're absolutely right. I was thinking that was the bigger back end, but it was Anderson. And now 3rd down and 11. Huddleston in his first situation where they may throw, and the Longhorns, burned a little bit by the screen pass a week ago, need to be aware. I formation, wide receivers to the either side. Now motion across the formation to make a flip formation on the left. Inside handoff to Anderson coming left. Longhorn defense at the 35. A loss of 3. The Longhorns, and it was Mr. Dillard from the linebacker position that came in along with Roy Epting, and that's going to make it 4th down and 13 from the 34. And Katy checks in with their speed back now, number 5, Kyle Porter.
And I would look for maybe a wildcat play.
Longhorn's going to take a timeout as Katy switches quarterbacks. They go with number 12, Garrett Doiron, the sophomore. We'll keep it here. Longhorns took their 2nd timeout with 5:48 to go here in the first half. Longhorns have already burned 2, Cody.
Yeah, absolutely. But something else that we touched on with Coach McGuire is how he handles taking his timeouts, taking them early. If he's not comfortable 100% with what they have on the field, whether it's on offense or defense, he's not afraid to burn those early timeouts, especially in the first half.
All right, 5:48 to go in the first half. First quarter. I'm getting ahead of myself here. Longhorns lead 3-0 on the strength of a 38-yard field goal by Brooks Ralph. And now they, after being gashed on consecutive running plays by Rodney Anderson, the Longhorn defense is stiffened, and it is now 4th down and 13 from the 34-yard line.
And I almost wonder if we're going to try to see a coffin corner kick or something right here.
Maybe.
A quick kick.
The new quarterback into the game, number 12, the sophomore, Garrett Doiron. He is backed by the tailback, number 5, Kyle Porter. They send twin receivers to the left, one receiver to the right, and now they're going to re-huddle as the UIL is still selling some product there. Must still be a TV timeout. Of course, Fox Sports Southwest and Fox Sports Southwest Plus televising all the state championship games. And one of only 2 teams this year to defeat our Cedar Hill Longhorns, the Allen Eagles, were able to scratch by a week ago the DeSoto Eagles 42-35 in a great football game. The DeSoto Eagles being the other team that defeated the Cedar Hill Longhorns this year. But congratulations to the Allen Eagles today in the Division I 5A state championship game. They defeated Pearland, and Coach Tom Westerberg and the Allen Eagles take home the Division I trophy.
Yeah, and I had a chance to meet with Coach Westerberg earlier this year. Really gracious host to us out when we were at Allen Stadium, and a great guy. Happy to see him and his program continue to have the level of success that they are so far.
Here at AT&T Stadium, 5:48 to go in the first. Longhorns take the opening kickoff from their 31, drive down to the 21-yard line of Katy before having to settle for a 38-yard Brooks Ralph field goal. And Katy quickly came back, gained almost 50 yards on 2 runs, but on their next 3 plays, the Longhorns forced them to lose 3 yards on the combined 3 plays, and now it's 4th down and 13 for Katy. And Katy has checked in the sophomore quarterback, Garrett Doiron. He will send twin receivers to the left, 1 receiver to the right, 1 running back, Kyle Porter, behind Doiron. Doiron in the shotgun, direct snap, straight back in the pocket. He's looking. Here comes Xavier Washington, and they take him down back in midfield. Doiron never saw it coming in. The X-Man did his job coming off his All-State selection. A first-team All-Stater named by the Associated Press. He shows you why right there, as along with Julian Shade, they close in on Doiron, and the Longhorns take over first down and 10 at their own 48-yard line.
And I think it's time for DeMarcus Lodge to show the Associated Press how much of a mistake they made by not naming him to the All-State team.
Twin receivers to the right, one to the left. First and 10, McMillan in the shotgun, Hill the running back. Inside handoff to Larry coming right. No, McMillan fakes it, and he's going to try to keep it, and he's going nowhere. He might have lost a half yard. Might have been a missed handoff inside there to Larry Hill. Didn't look like a play-action pass. I think Hill was supposed to get the handoff. Of course, we know this is a big game for Larry Hill, guys. Not able to play a year ago in this very game as a junior because of an injured knee. He's come back and had an outstanding senior year. Second down and 10 for the Longhorns. From the middle of the field, they go H-back slot to the right, twin receivers to the left. McMillan, inside handoff is fake. He rolls to his left, avoids the pressure. Now he's going to roll back to his right. He's going to try to run. Now he rolls back again to his left, and now he just throws the ball way out of bounds. And I tell you, that is some great coverage downfield by the Katy Tiger defense.
Yeah, Katy initially had good coverage. DeMarcus Lodge did break free during the scramble drill, but really a good job of pursuit by the front four of Katy because at no point in time did McMillan have enough opportunity to set his feet and get the ball to any receiver.
Third down and 10. Longhorns at some point going to have to establish the running game, guys. McMillan with Hill as the setback comes twins to the left and one to the right. A lot of players around the line of scrimmage for Katy. Jet motion from left to right. Straight back goes McMillan. Throws the in route. Got Lodge up at the 45, but it's going to be short of the first down. What a catch by DeMarcus Lodge, though. It's going to gain 7 and leave the Longhorns looking at 4th down and 3. And the offense to a man wanting to go for it on 4th down and 3.
And I can't blame them, especially with the way the secondary is playing for Katy.
Longhorns going to kick it away, though. Try to play a little field position game here. No reason to give the ball at the 45-yard line to the potent Katy offense. So Josh Stewart, number 84, is on to punt. Longhorns going to run out of time before they're able to snap the ball. They're going to take a 5-yard penalty for delay of game. That's going to mark them back to the 50, and that's not a bad penalty in that situation.
Yeah, it's giving them a little more real estate.
Longhorns kept their offense out there for a little while, thinking that possibly they would go on 4th and 3, but then a change of heart by the coaching staff, and Josh Stewart will stand at his own 35 to punt. Back deep for Katy appears to be Rodney Anderson, number 26, standing at his own 15-yard line. Good snap. Here comes the rugby punt, and it's a good one. Line drive. It's going to go down to the 10 and into the end zone, but a good punt nonetheless by Josh Stewart. It's going to give the Katy Tigers the ball first down and 10 at their own 25 with 3:47 to go in the first, and Cedar Hill leading the Division II 5A state championship game 3-0. Katy will take their second possession, and it appears that it will be Kyle Huddleston, at least to this point, that's going to be coming back out in the quarterback position. We've got a timeout on the field. We'll take one as well. Cedar Hill 3, Katy 0. Longhorn football back in a moment.
High school seniors achieving excellence goes beyond top grades, and AXA wants your help in recognizing them. Up to 12 DFW area students will receive a $2,000 AXA Achievement Community Scholarship, and one senior in
back at AT&T Stadium. Katy first down and 10. Running back for Katy is not Anderson this time, but it's the little scat back. He gets the ball inside, big hole across the 25 and out to the 27. Gives 7 yards to number 5, Kyle Porter. Porter, another one of those Katy running backs. He being the quicker guy. He has rushed for 1,763 yards on the year.
And Porter is the change of pace back, but he actually has more carries than Rodney Anderson. Probably a lot of that has to do with the way that Katy wins by such a large margin.
Second down and 4. Sole setback is Porter. He gets the toss sweep coming right. Longhorns seal it off. Going to stop him short of the first down, it appears. It's going to be 3rd down and about 2, and the Longhorn defense taking the sweep away. Grant Sims is the quick tackle at 6'3", 225. Clay Jinks, the quick guard, 6'1", 230. The center, Brandon Dalton, 5'10", 295. They're big up front are the Tigers. 3rd down and 2. Inside handoff, second man through. He's going to get the first down and almost a whole lot more. Number 5, Kyle Porter breaks it out to the 35-yard line before he's tackled there by number 3, Tadarian Luster.
And Luster looked like he may have been a little shaken up. He's a tough kid, though, as he's staying in the game.
Good blocking up front. Davion Dillard wasn't able to shake off his block, and as a result, it's 1st down and 10 from the Katy 34. Katy moving from right to left, 2:25 to go in the first. Longhorns lead 3-0. From the I-back formation, inside handoff to the first back through, and he is dropped for a loss back at the 31-yard line, and looked like there was a little bit of a mix-up on that play. Rodney Anderson dropped for a 3-yard loss on a wingback trap.
Yeah, the play never really developed the way that it should have, but really good job by Cedar Hill that time, as Rodney Anderson was the up back as opposed to the deep back that time. Good recognition by the defensive lineman, not falling for the trick.
Garrett Doiron is in at quarterback now. Porter is the I-back. Wide receivers to either side. Now motion across the formation from right to left. Doiron on the slip draw, coming the other way. Porter going to drop him back at the 28-yard line. Kyle Porter by 51, and Kyle Goss, 22, and Julian Shade, 51, on the tackle. Longhorns didn't fool, not for 1 second.
And Kyle Goss so far having a big game. Just the small linebacker that comes in, really playing out of his shoes right now for the Horns.
3rd down and 15. From their own 29, Katy moving from right to left, 1:10 to go in the clock running in the first quarter. Longhorns lead 3-0. Twin receivers left, one to the right. In the shotgun is Doiron. He'll throw straight back in the pocket. Oh, he's creamed, and the ball is almost intercepted. Doiron was blindsided by that man, Xavier Washington. And Goss almost came up with the interception inches away, but it's going to force Katy to punt with 58 seconds to go.
And Coach Lemley's defense really playing out of their minds right now. A lot of people thought Cedar Hill would not be able to stick or stand up to this Katy defense, but right now they're hitting the big bully in the mouth.
Devin McFarland, 48, set to punt. DeMarcus Lodge back deep. There's the snap. It's a good one. End-over-end punt is short. Lodge going to let the ball bounce and get away from it. It's going to come to rest at the 37-yard line of Cedar Hill. And with 48 seconds to go in the first quarter, the big bad Katy Tigers getting all they want right now from the feisty Cedar Hill Longhorns. With 48 seconds to go here in the first quarter, and the Longhorns leading on the strength of a 38-yard field goal, 3-0.
And Bill, good job of DeMarcus Lodge there getting away from the ball, but let's go and revisit the tempting 4th and 2 that the Horns had on their previous offensive drive, where the Longhorns elected to bring the punting unit out. And when they brought the punting unit out, they were able to flip the field. Great job by the defense. And now Cedar Hill has the ball with relatively good field position. Let's see if they can establish some kind of running game against this Katy defense.
Boy, you love 5A state championship football, guys. What an arena AT&T is. The place is packed. Every press box got someone in them. We are so proud to have Cedar Hill Longhorn teacher Jeff Ellis in the booth with us. Jeff coming over to Cedar Hill from Canterbury Episcopal School, where he took his girls' programs to various state playoffs and took them to the state title game. Of course, he was also a volleyball coach for a team that won back-to-back state championships, and we're glad to have Jeff Ellis with us tonight. Longhorns really playing solid football here in quarter number 1.
Yeah, Cedar Hill doing a tremendous job of moving the football against the Katy Tigers. I would like to see them. I know you guys want to see them establish the run, but I would really just like to see Cedar Hill go ahead and take a shot deep. That way it would, in my opinion, force the Katy secondary to stop playing such soft coverage and maybe.
Now look, Mr. Bolin, I'm greedy. I want him punt it, kick it, throw it, run it. I don't care how you do it. Get it in the red zone, get it in the end zone. And I get impatient a little bit. You know, we've run the ball so well all year. And the Longhorn defense, well, that's just another story right now. We'll talk about them in a minute, but right now with 48 seconds to go, Longhorns from their own 36, first down and 10. Ware and Hill the setbacks on either side of McMillan, twin receivers to the left. Direct snap to McMillan. They hand it off to Cedric. Cedric bounces it up across the 40, and they're going to mark him right at the 40-yard line. Give him 4 yards on the play, second down and 6.
Yeah, and a great job by Cedric Ware reading the hole, and a very good job by Adam Monnier sealing the outside edge.
Longhorns go back, trips left, twins right. Daniels, Lodge, and Murdoch to the left. Harris and Ray, the wide receivers, to the right. McMillan in the shotgun, second down and 6 from the 40. Jet formation, they run the sweep. Daniels going to turn it up, but he's going to be taken down back at the 38-yard line. Swarming defense by the Katy Tigers, led by number 6, Tanner Ebrecht, the 5'8", 190-pound senior. And that's going to end the first quarter of play after 1. Cedar Hill 3, Katy nothing. Longhorn football on the Champion Sports Radio. We'll be back in a moment.
On your own for the SAT or ACT? Follow My Test Answers on Twitter and Facebook for free solutions to official test questions. Got a question of your own? Send a message to My Test Answers and get a response for free. Got more than one question? Don't worry, we'll answer those too. With over a decade of experience in helping students prepare for standardized tests, the experts at My Test Answers will get you the answers you want whenever you need it. My Test Answers, problems solved.
We're back at AT&T Stadium in Arlington, Texas, as we begin period 2 of the Division II 5A state championship game. For the first time this year, after 1 quarter of play, the Katy Tigers find themselves on the short end of the scoreboard. Cedar Hill leads 3-0. And the Longhorns' outstanding defensive work, Cam Boland, in the first quarter of play.
Yeah, Cedar Hill has done just a tremendous job defensively, making sure that they keep contained and not allow Katy to stay ahead of schedule on the down and distance.
We got some field goal competition, some UIL. Check her out.
She got it.
Oh, she knocked it through, too. A young lady, number 90 in the Katy Kickers jersey, Manny Mendoza's jersey. She comes on out and boots it through from 25 yards. I'm not sure what she won, but it was a nice kick.
Somebody's scoring points for Katy.
That's right. Does that count? Do we give Katy 3 for that?
And
she won $500 to her school. So how about that? Congratulations to the young lady for banging it through. And Katy High School from State Farm will get $500 endowment. And the Longhorns, when we resume play here to begin the second quarter, leading 3-0. Cody, you Longhorns have to be pleased with the way this game has gone through 1 quarter.
Yeah, absolutely. You got to be very, very pleased with the defensive performance that we've seen thus far. Katy busting out 2 early runs, and after that, Cedar Hill has just shut the door. But they really got to get something going offensively. They were able to move the ball pretty well on their first drive. Let's see if they can get something here.
3rd down and 8 from their own 38 from the right hash mark. McMillan in the shotgun. Twin receivers left, one to the right. McMillan straight back in the pocket, throwing the out route. Got Lodge, you can't bring it in. That's a ball DeMarcus usually catches. DeMarcus ran into a coach there over on the sideline for Katy, or one of the linemen. DeMarcus trying to help him up. Boy, you hate to see that. That's a ball DeMarcus usually catches, and DeMarcus ran flush in to someone, not a player, someone in street clothes over there on the sideline. Hope that gentleman is okay. It's going to be 4th and 8, and the Longhorns going to be forced to punt. Josh Stewart stands on his own 25. Anderson back deep. The direct snap is a good one, and the kick is a good one, and Anderson drives Anderson back. Look at this. Look at this kick. Oh, they're going to pin him down at the 10-yard line, inside the 10, a 9.5-yard line. for Katy, and what a punt by number 84, Josh Stewart.
And what a great job he has done in the playoffs. Early on in the season, they did have some issues on the punt team, but knock on wood, he is looking outstanding so far thus far in the playoffs and in the state championship game.
And Katy having to start out with really some tough field position. Can Cedar Hill keep them at this spot with the field flipped?
Doyron is the quarterback. Kyle Williams and Rodney Anderson are the running backs in the I formation. 1st and 10 from the 10. Toss play right. Anderson, he's going to get room to the 15 and across the 15. In fact, they're going to mark him out at the 16. Give him 6 yards on the sweep to the right for number 26, Rodney Anderson. And I tell you one thing I like about what the Longhorn defense is doing right now, guys. They're really being physical with Rodney Anderson at the end of runs.
Yeah, they really are. They're finishing up. They're wrapping up, doing a great job of bringing him down to the ground and with some force behind it.
2nd down and 4, I formation from the right hash mark. Wide receivers to either side. Williams, the fullback. Anderson, the tailback. Doyron under center. Inside handoff again to Anderson. And Anderson this time going to be stopped after a 1-yard gain. And let's see who that was. Plug in the middle inside.
Well, I don't think you can miss him, Bill. It's big old number 75, Zach Davis, creating a pile, and number 2, Davion Dillard, coming in, gain tackling on Rodney Anderson. They're going to bring up another big 3rd down here.
3rd down, and let's call it about 3. Anderson and Williams in the I formation behind Doyron. Formation against inside handoff. Anderson, he's not going to get it. He's going to be stopped short at the 19. And the Longhorn defense really stepping up big time right now.
Yeah, and Cedar Hill actually only had 10 players on the field that time.
Just like what we would have done with 11.
Great job, and looks like they may have flipped the field.
4th down, and Doyron and the offense staying on the field. It's 4th down and a yard to go. Clock started. Doyron is staying on the field. Longhorns must be on the lookout now for an offside attempt, but now they're going to bring on the punt team, and that's going to be number 48, Devin McFarland, to stand on his own 5-yard line, and the Longhorns are having none of it. They're putting no one back. Longhorns looking for a fake here. McFarland gets the snap and booms it away, and the ball will just roll now. Longhorns still will come out of this with great field position. Takes a little bit of a Cedar Hill bounce, and they'll take over on their own 40-yard line. And the Longhorn defense continues to stifle the potent offense of the Katy Tigers. With the score, Cedar Hill 3, Katy nothing. Longhorn football will be back in a moment.
Tired of only spending time as a family huddled around the TV? Would you like to enjoy some culture with your loved ones without breaking the bank? Then let me introduce you to the Greater Dallas Youth Orchestra. The GDYO provides music education and performance opportunities for musically talented youth, but this is no kids' concert. The GDYO comprises 7 different ensembles made up of over 425 talented musicians ages 8 to 18, representing more than 50 communities in North Texas. You won't believe how amazing these ensembles sound until you hear it for yourself. So join them for one of their concerts at the Meyerson Symphony Center or Dallas City Performance Hall. For more information on how to make a donation, as well as a listing of upcoming GDYO concerts, visit gdyo.org. And if you know a talented young musician interested in an unbelievable experience, auditions take place in the spring. Connect with the Greater Dallas Youth Orchestra on Facebook, Twitter, LinkedIn, and at gdyo.org.
Back at AT&T Stadium, Longhorns lead 3-0 in the first half stats. Pretty even Steven there, Cam Bolin.
Yeah, Katy and Cedar Hill both tied with 3 first downs and 35 rushing yards. But the difference has basically been the 28 passing yards of Justin McMillan.
Longhorns lead 3-0, 9:42 to go in the first half. We said all week that the Katy Tigers, we did not feel had seen a team as fast and as physical this year as Cedar Hill, and I think they're finding that out now. But, Cody Krim, you said it when we were off air. Longhorns need to start making some hay, putting some distance between them and a very potent Katy Tiger offense.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, Cedar Hill's defense doing a great job thus far, but you have to be weary that at any point in time the Katy offense can break off a big run and put some points up on the board in a hurry.
McMillan in at quarterback. Larry Hill, the running back. Longhorns come wide receivers to either side. Ruzicka, the H-back, strong to the left. Longhorns 1st and 10 from their own 39-yard line. McMillan changing the play at the line of scrimmage. Katy threatening blitz. And the Longhorns, before the play clock expires, the referees are getting together, and there may have been a play clock malfunction right there. So it looks like they're going to reset the game clock to 25. McMillan got to the line and saw that there was less than 7 seconds and thought that can't be. Hill, the running back. Ruzicka, the H-back, in the slot to the left. Now short motion across the formation. Inside handoff to Larry. He's only going to get about a half yard. As the Katy defense, apparently Cam has decided that Cedar Hill's not going to run the football. If they beat them, they're going to beat them throwing it.
Right. Katy is sailing out to stop the run. So Cedar Hill is going to have to throw the ball deep to Lodge to loosen up the defense.
2nd down and 8. A 2-yard gain by Hill. Jet sweep is fake. They hand it off to Larry up the middle, and he's going to get about another half yard, and that's going to set up 3rd down and 8. Maybe 7.5 for the Longhorns as Larry Hill's netted less than 3 yards on 2 carries, and the Longhorns come in with a different package now.
And Bill,
and that was Peter Lewis, not Larry Hill.
Yeah, it was number 5, Peter Lewis.
Twins to the left, one to the right on 3rd down and 7 from the 41. McMillan in the shotgun, motion from left to right across the formation. McMillan will throw. Straight back, pressure breaking down. McMillan gets out of one, throws it to the outside, but can't get Lodge open up at the 48 of Katy, and that's an incompletion. And Justin McMillan playing just a little fast right now, which could be expected from a junior. He made one guy miss, then he had Lodge open and threw the ball not where he could catch it, so that's going to make it 4th down, and Josh Stewart now with Anderson joined by number 37, Cameron Gifford, back deep. The snap's a good one. Stewart catches it, and he booms another punt. Anderson going to field this one at the 10, up to the 20, gets a wall to the 25, 30, 35, 40, it's coming back. There's a flag. Anderson's down the sideline, and he's going to score, but it's not going to matter. This one's coming back. Wipe out an 88-yard punt return for a touchdown by Rodney Anderson. As there is a flag setting back on the 28-yard line that, as far as we're concerned, is going to negate this touchdown.
Yeah, and the line's been taking a while to get down the field after that touchdown run has signaled holding to lead official, and they are coming back down towards Cedar Hill side of the field.
And
holding on the return team. I'm sorry, Cam, go ahead.
Yeah, pivotal penalty, as that could have been a big momentum swing by Katy. Now, as opposed to having, kicking off with a 4-point lead, Katy's going to still be trailing, no points and no offensive momentum or rhythm, as really neither team has any offensive rhythm at this point. And now the ball is going to be inside the 20-yard line.
Well, the Longhorns maintain their 3-0 lead, but let's go ahead and mark that down. It's going to be very important for the Longhorn kick coverage teams to do a better job in the remainder of this game. After the penalty is marked off, Katy will have a 1st down and 10 from their own 19-yard line. 8:12 to go in the first half of play. Cedar Hill clinging to a 3-0 lead. The sophomore, Garrett Doiron, remains in at quarterback. The fullback, number 43, Kyle Williams, and the I-back now, number 5, the sophomore running back, Kyle Porter. Twin receivers to the left, tight end strong to the left. Doiron on 1st down, inside handoff to Porter, and Porter is swung down at the 23-yard line. Little extracurricular after the play, goes unflagged against Katy. Gain of about 4. Let's make it 2nd down and 6 as we go inside 7:50 to go in the first half. Katy moving from left to right.
And Cedar Hill has really had a lot of success defensively, winning 2nd and 3rd down.
Porter, the I-back. Inside handoff on the draw. Porter tries to break it to the outside. The Longhorns going to take him down back at the 21-yard line. And there's that man, number 4, the junior, Richard Moore. What a playoff run Richard's had. Richard Moore's a little shaken up on the field. He stays down. And looks like he is, he might have gotten hit in a place where it hurts to get hit, if you know what I mean, fellas.
Yeah.
And I think you do. Richard Moore staying down on the field. That's going to give us a chance here to take a break. When we come back, it'll be 3rd down for Katy. Longhorns 3, Katy nothing. Longhorn football on the Champion Sports Radio. We'll be back in a moment.
Want to build something? How do you start? With a plan, right? That's what AXA Advisors is about. We work with individuals and small businesses to help build financial strategies that get them closer to the things they want to achieve in life. Start right by starting your financial strategy with AXA Advisors. Call Thomas Lee at 972-455-9114. That's 972-455-9114. Securities offered through AXA Advisors, LLC, 212-314-4600. Member FINRA, SIPC.
There's a time and a place for everything.
As you'll see, projections for the next quarter are...
He shoots, he scores! 2 points for team middle management. The office is not one of them.
Jack, can I see you in my office?
No pouting, it's your ball. Let's see what you got.
But Whirly Ball is. For corporate events, team building, and private parties, Whirly Ball in Hearst and Plano is electric fun. Test your skills on the arcade games. Zip around in your Whirly Bug for a Whirly Ball competition. Or play the most affordable laser tag in the city.
It's going to be 3rd down and 6 as we resume play. The ball resting at the 21-yard line of Katy. Katy moving from left to right. And the timeout now being extended because of a television timeout. So we apologize for the delay in the action, but this isn't our doing. It's the television, and even though we only have 7:22 to go in the first half, we still have some first quarter statistical numbers. Cam, run those by us.
Yeah, Denver Daniels leading Cedar Hill after the first quarter with 27 yards rushing on 2 carries. The majority of those coming on 1 carry, just as Rodney Anderson has 46 yards on 6 carries after the first quarter, with the majority of his yards coming on the first long run, well, the 2 basic long runs to begin the game.
3rd down and 6, resuming play. Katy in the I formation. Number 12, Garrett Doiron, the quarterback. 43, Kyle Williams, the fullback, and Porter, the I-back. Now motion across the formation from right to left. Doiron, play action pass, rolls out, looking, throwing the deep out, got a man, ball's complete up at the 33-yard line, and credit the catch to number 80, Andy Coonrod, and Coonrod gets a first down for Katy and gets the Tigers for the time being out of the hole. Good throw by the sophomore Doiron.
Yeah, and Marcus Green playing really soft coverage against Coonrod. Allowed him to get an easy pitch and catch for that first down.
I formation, Kyle Porter the tailback, Doiron the quarterback. Inside handoff to Porter coming left. They got it blocked. 35, flags down at the 40, and they got a hold, and it was 22, Kyle Goss, I believe, that got tackled out there in the
he
flat.
got hit like a newborn baby.
Oh, never laugh at stuff like that, Krim. You can't laugh at that
stuff. It
stuff.
brings out the best in me.
For our listeners that haven't followed us, this is about the 4th or 5th week that Cameron Bolin has been the entertainment in between plays, but the lead official has let us know that there is a holding, and this should back them up into a 1st and 20 situation.
Well, yeah, and I tell you what, they caught number 43, the fullback, Kyle Williams, who was motioning from right to left, and he met number 22, Kyle Goss, in the flat, and he really did take him down. It's a good call by the officiating crew. Puts the ball back to the 24-yard line, going to make it 1st down and 20 now for Katy. Doiron, the quarterback. Kyle Porter, number 5, the sophomore running back. Wide receivers to either side. Williams, the fullback, on 1st down. Inside handoff to Williams, big hole across the 30 and out to the 33-yard line. Kyle Williams, the fullback who doesn't carry the ball much, crossed Cedar Hill's defense up just a little bit there and slipped the ball inside on the fullback dive. He picks up 9, second down and 11 as we go inside. 6:35 to go in the first half. Cedar Hill leading 3-0. Wide receivers wide to the right. Porter and Williams in the I formation behind Doiron. Toss play to the right. Here comes Porter. Got a seam. Gets up to the 35, down to the 37. Richard Moore back in the game. Took on the lead block, and that freed up number 2, Davion Dillard, to make the tackle.
Yeah, great job by this linebacking crew of the Horns thus far. Really having a great game, stopping this Katy Tiger running attack. Let's hope it continues here. Really, with the struggles they've shown in the passing game, I look for another sweep to the right side, as it looks like that's where they're going to be overloading.
3rd down and 8. Doiron in. Longhorns must-watch screen. Doiron in a shotgun with Porter in the I-back behind him. Direct snap to Doiron, straight back in the pocket. Looking. They're throwing the screen. It's set up, but it's not going to go. Longhorns defense it greatly up at the 32-yard line. Longhorns really had trouble a week ago against Travis with the screen pass. Coach Stephen Limley really got that under control, and Xavier Washington gave the young sophomore quarterback a welcome to 5A championship football. Gave him a little kiss on the cheek after he threw that screen pass.
And thus far, Xavier Washington getting great penetration the few times that Katy has dropped back and not allowing any kind of play to get set up in the passing game.
Lodge and Williams back deep for Cedar Hill. McFarland stands on his own 19. Here comes the snap. McFarland gets the punt away. He kicks it away from Lodge, and it's going to hit and take a Katy roll inside the Longhorn 20 down to the 19-yard line. And with 5:27 to go in the first half, Cedar Hill has completely stymied the potent offense of the Katy Tigers, and the Longhorns leading 3-0. When we come back, we will bring you the next Longhorn Drive. You're listening to Cedar Hill Longhorn Football.
The Centers for Disease Control and Prevention estimates that nearly 4 million brain injuries occur every year due to sports in the U.S. They also estimate that 70% of concussions go unreported. Not identifying concussions early can be devastating, especially if the athlete continues to play with symptoms. Catching hard hits fast is critical, and that's why you need the Shockbox helmet.
Resuming play, Longhorns 1st down and 10. Ball setting on the 16-yard line after it rolled to a stop. Direct snap to McMillan. He hands it off to Ware coming left, and Ware's only going to get about a yard and a half. Make it 2nd down. The clock goes inside 5:15. And we were talking up here during the break. When was the last time the Katy Tigers had 0 points with 5 minutes left in the first half?
Probably a couple years ago.
That's been a long, long time ago. It's when I was good-looking, Cam. That's how long ago it was. McMillan in the shotgun, 2nd and 8. Inside handoff, coming to Ware. He gets up around the 20 to the 19-yard line. It's going to lead the Longhorns looking at a 3rd down and 7, but you know what? Everybody up here in the booth wants the Longhorns to air it out, but this is a great Katy defense. Longhorns have really been winning the kicking game battle so far as well. 3rd down and 7. DeMarcus Lodge is in the Wildcat from the 19. Direct snap to Lodge. He's coming right. Turns the corner to the 20. Up to the 25, 30, 35, 40, 45, 50, 45. Fumbles the ball. Daniels picks it up. 20, 15, 10, 5. Touchdown, Cedar Hill Longhorns.
Just how you draw it up.
Just how you draw it up. Lodge broke a tackle going down the left sideline. He fumbled the ball. It bounced free, and Denver Daniels picked it up and took it the next 50 for a Longhorn touchdown.
And we're going to have to pad Lodge with an assist on that.
Like Steve Nash.
I tell you, he did his best Chris Paul right there. Even when Lodge does it wrong, he does it right. Unbelievable. On for the extra point attempt, number 41, Brooks Ralph. For the Longhorns, Tavarius Walker doing the holding. Tavon Smart, who has done an excellent job snapping the ball in the second half of this season. And this snap's a good one, too. And Brooks Ralph bangs it through. 4:06 to go in the first half. And the champs on the ropes. Cedar Hill 10, Katy nothing. Longhorn football will be back in a moment.
The Centers for Disease Control and Prevention estimates that nearly 4 million brain injuries occur every year due to sports in the U.S. They also estimate that 70% of concussions go unreported. Not identifying concussions early can be devastating, especially if the athlete continues to play with symptoms. Catching hard hits fast is critical, and that's why you need the Shockbox Helmet Impact Sensor. The Shockbox is a small sensor that easily attaches to most football, lacrosse, and hockey helmets and instantly sends a signal to a smartphone on the sidelines when the player has taken a hard hit that puts them at higher risk for injury. The free app receives data from the sensor, displays information about the impact, and even walks the user through a concussion assessment. The app also logs symptom and impact data for future medical use. Visit ShopboxDFW.com to learn more about the Shockbox Impact Alert Sensor and determine if it is the right option for your child. Be warned instantly when a player has experienced a head impact that could result in a concussion. Visit ShockboxDFW.com today. ShockboxDFW.com.
Kickoff coming down to number 27 for the Katy Tigers, Colin Wilder, and Wilder's run out of bounds at the 31-yard line, and what an electric play it was by the Cedar Hill Longhorns, who went Wildcat, and DeMarcus Lodge took the ball around the left side. He had the first down. He had crossed midfield when a great play by a Katy defender to strip him free of the ball. The ball bouncing freely on the ground, but Denver Daniels there to do what he does best. Picks it up after one dribble and takes it the next 45, and the Longhorns lead 10-0. Doyle on the quarterback. Anderson now back in as the I-back. On 1st and 10 from the 31, they give it inside to the fullback, 43, Kyle Williams, and he's going to pick up 3 up to the 34 as we go inside. 4 minutes left in the half, and Cedar Hill leading Katy 10-0.
And Bill, really imperative that the Longhorns get a stop here, as Katy will be receiving the ball to start the second half. You don't want to give them any momentum going into the locker room.
Clock running at 3:40. Wide receivers to either side of the field. Number 5, Porter now in the wing to the right. Longhorns must know where he is. He motions across. Inside handoff to Anderson. Big hole across the 40, and there he goes. 50, he's gone. 40, 20, 10, and the Longhorns can't catch him, and Rodney Anderson has just bolted 66 yards for a touchdown, and that puts him over the 100-yard mark, and just like that, it's 10-6. And the Longhorns get the answer from the champions that this will be a 4-quarter game if you want to be a state champion tonight. Number 90 for the Katy Tigers, Manny Mendoza, on to attempt the extra point. The snap is a good one, and Mendoza's kick is straight through. 3:22 to go in the first half. Cedar Hill 10, Katy 7. Longhorn football will be back in a moment.
Are you studying on your own for the SAT or ACT? Follow My Test Answers on Twitter and Facebook for free solutions to official test questions. Got a question of your own? Send a message to My Test Answers and get a response for free. Got more than one question? Don't worry, we'll answer those too. With over a decade of experience in helping students prepare for standardized tests, the experts at My Test Answers will get you the answers you want whenever you need it. My Test Answers, problems solved.
Back at AT&T Stadium, the Katy Tigers took a big left hook, but they got up off the mat, and their great running back Rodney Anderson goes 66 yards for a touchdown. Cedar Hill's lead cut to 10-7. Mendoza set to kick off with 3:22 to go. End-over-end kick. Longhorn's going to field it at the 20, coming up to the 25, and stepping out of bounds is Denver Daniels, he of the picked-up fumble and touchdown just a few minutes ago. But, Cam, just that quick, the Katy Tigers show you why they've won, what is it now, 29 games in a row. No, make it 31 games in a row.
Yeah, Katy really came out. You can tell they were determined. to have some type of offensive success, and they didn't get flustered. Head coach Gary Joseph, a good job sticking to his guns, ran off tackle, and just tremendous blocking.
Flag down on the field. Longhorns, they're going to place the football. There was no flag down. They said Daniels stepped out at the 32. And so with 3:19 to go in the first, McMillan in the shotgun, Hill the setback. Lodge wide to the left, Twins wide to the right. First down and 10, direct snap. Stop routes complete out to Denver Daniels up at the 36-yard line. It's going to be a pickup of 5 yards. Katie's fans really excited about the stop, but the fact of the matter is that's a 5-yard gain. Make it second down and a long 5 for the Longhorns.
And Cedar Hill can pick that up all night long.
Longhorns letting the clock run down to 2:50 left in the first half. Longhorns lead 10-7. McMillan in the shotgun. Direct snap, inside handoff. Got a flag down. It's either going to be offsides, Katy, or motion penalty against the Longhorns. They let the play go on, which bodes well for the Longhorns. And I think this may be offsides against Katy. Let's see. So the Longhorns, after gaining only a yard on 2nd and 6, pick up 5 by the way of penalty. And that's going to make it second down and a little over a yard for a first down.
And the Horns really going to have to do something to get this running game going. I really think they're going to have to throw it deep downfield here in a second, Bill.
Larry Hill, the I-back behind McMillan on 2nd and 1. Hill coming right. No, it's Peter Lewis. Lewis going to get the first down. Correction, it is Hill. He fumbles the ball. Ball's loose. Ball's loose on the ground. Let's see who recovered it. Looked like Hill was down. No, they're unpiling, and there's been no signal so far as to whose ball it is. Katy's saying it's their football. And it is Katy's football. Larry Hill looked like he might have been down there. That's unfortunate for the Longhorns. We'll see it on the replay and see if we can tell anything. He had the first down and was fighting for yardage. And now that ball came out before. It was starting to come out before the knee went down. That's a good call by the officiating crew. And what a break for the Katy Tigers. Blomstrom, number 45, makes the recovery. And, of course, Jake Blomstrom, the inside linebacker, one of their best players. But now 2:16 to go. Katy trailing 10-7. Doyron, the quarterback. Kyle Porter, the I-back, behind Williams. Toss play to Porter coming to the left is fake. They're throwing it deep downfield. They got a man wide open. And that's going to be a touchdown of 45 yards from the quarterback, Garrett Doyron, to the tight end, number 88, Sloan Spiller. And Spiller takes it all the way home. And how quickly the fortunes have turned for the Cedar Hill Longhorns. They led 10-0, and now Manny Mendoza set to kick an extra point with 2:08 to go that will give Katy the lead 14-10. The kick is on its way, and it is good. So the turnover by the Longhorns sets Katy up, and the Longhorns really having stifled the running game. Besides Anderson's long touchdown run, Longhorns crowding the line of scrimmage, and they faked a toss sweep to the left to Porter, and the tight end slipped down the middle of the field. Spiller wide open, and Doyron put it on the money for a 45-yard touchdown, and Katy leads.
And Katy's always going to have success with the play action. Just a great call by the coaching staff and head coach Gary Joseph. They knew Cedar Hill would be selling out to stop the run, especially after the long touchdown run. And good job by the tight end getting behind the secondary. Darian Luster did everything he could to recover, but didn't have enough real estate.
Longhorns now trailing 14-10. And, gentlemen, the Longhorns are going to have to get some consistent offense going at some point. You know, they've driven the ball for a field goal, and they had a long run that ended in a touchdown after a fumble was picked up. But the consistency from an offensive side of the football has not yet been there for the Cedar Hill Longhorns. And in fact, Coach Michael Glaze told us during the week he believes Cedar Hill will have to score 31 points in order to have a chance to win the football game. Mendoza getting set, approaches the ball and kicks it way end over end. Longhorn's going to field it at the 5. They fumble it. They pick it up to the 10. In trouble is the return man, and he's taken down at the 10-yard line. And that's number 7, Darius Williams, the senior wide receiver. He goes down at the 10, and now Katy looking with 3 timeouts. And what they're thinking right now is they're thinking we're not through scoring here in the first half.
Yeah, and Cedar Hill really just needs some form of momentum. Right now, everything is going Katy's way, so Cedar Hill will have to withstand the blows and the onslaught of Katy, because this is a lot of times where Katy can kind of go ahead and put their foot on the opponent's throat and end the game.
And the throngs that have traveled from Houston, Texas to support their Katy Wildcats are on their feet right now. McMillan with backs on either side, twins to the short side of the field to the right. 1st and 10 from their own 10. Inside handoff is Ware coming left to the 15, to the 20, and he's going to get up to the 21-yard line, and that's the best run for Cedar Hill tonight. And something tells me that as long as this game stays close, Cam, we might start seeing a steady dose of number 28.
Yeah, he's the best ball carrier Cedar Hill has, unless you have Lodge in the Wildcats. So I'm sure we'll see a whole lot more of Cedric Ware running those counter plays.
On 1st down and 10. Now, correction, 2nd down and 1. Inside handoff to Ware to the 30, 35-40, 45-50, 45-40, 35-30, and he gets all the way down to the 25-yard line. I think you just said he's the best running back Cedar Hill has, and he shows it on that play.
And hopefully our number 28 will win the game this season.
Well, I tell you what, Cedric Ware just broke a big one off. He picks up 55 yards all the way down to the 26-yard line. Katy's going to take a timeout, and so will we. Katy 14, Cedar Hill 10. In fact, we're going to leave it right here because we're not completely sure of how long this timeout might last. That run went from the 19 all the way to the 27-yard line of Katy. So I'm not going to take my shoes and socks off and tell you I can do the math on that, but I believe that'd be like a 64-yard run for number 28, Cedric Ware.
And Ware has to be approaching the 100-yard mark, even though he didn't have a whole lot of success in the first half, in the first quarter, rather. Cedric Ware has really amassed a lot of yardage here in the last couple drives, and really allowed Cedar Hill to gain back some of the momentum and really placed them in a position with a minute 35 remaining here in the half to regain the lead.
Well, maybe he's not at 100 yet because I gave him an extra 10. That'd only be a 54-yard run for Cedric Ware. Easily the biggest offensive play of the night for the Cedar Hill Longhorns. And I know Coach Glaze and Coach McGuire believe in the running back by committee, and so do I. It's been very, very fortuitous for them to use that this year, but I also say let the guy that's hot shoot, and Cedric Ware's the hot guy right now.
Yeah.
Resuming play, 1st down and 10 from the Katy 27. McMillan in the shotgun, backs on either side of McMillan. Direct snap to McMillan, inside handoff to Hill. Hill, that might have been Peter Lewis again, 5 instead of 6, gets across the 25 and down to the 23, giving 4 yards and make it 2nd down and a long 6. Lodge comes wide to the right. Longhorns picking up the pace a little bit. Ware and Lewis, the setbacks on either side of McMillan. 2nd down and 6. McMillan with 1:05 in the clock running, looks to the sideline. Play clock at 15. McMillan changing the play. Direct snap to Justin. Inside handoff to McMillan. Make it loose. Ball's fumbles. Lewis fumbles, and it's being picked up and returned the other way by Katy. And they're going to take it all the way back for a Katy touchdown. Oh, my goodness gracious. Number 8, Giovanni Stewart, picks up the fumble by number 5, Peter Lewis, and returns it 80 yards for a Katy touchdown. And the Longhorn fumbles are the difference in this game right now. Katy getting set to kick a Mendoza extra point that will make it 21-10. The Longhorns on the cusp of going in to take the lead at halftime. See Katy return a fumble 80 yards for a touchdown with 44 seconds to go in the first half.
And it kind of makes you wonder just how much more of everyone else we'll see, or if we'll just see more of a Cedric Ware in the second half.
And really the two fumbles being the difference in the game thus far. The Horns virtually handing the Katy Tigers 14 points, and you just can't afford to do that against the team of the caliber of the Katy Tigers.
Mendoza's extra point attempt is up, and it is good with 44 seconds to go. 21-10, Katy leads Longhorn football. Back in a moment.
Or coach, you need StatGeek, the simplest way to keep stats ever created. Our easy-to-use iPad app turns anyone into a professional statistician, and all they have to do is simply follow the ball. Produce full and accurate box scores and play-by-play reports. Send accurate stats out to your fans, media, or recruiters. It's sports statistic collection redefined. StatGeek is available right now in the iPad App Store for just $4.99, and there are team fundraising opportunities available as well. On the web at statgeek.com. StatGeek, keep your eye on the ball.
Are you looking for a way to promote your business or increase exposure? Do you just need more people to know that you're there? Join the Champion Sports Radio team and advertise during these games. In the last 4 years, Champion Sports Radio has broadcast over 600 games to more than 3.5 million listeners. And Champion Sports Radio wants to help you use major high school sports to reach thousands of local fans right in your community. Think about it. Die-hard fans just like you tune in each and every week, giving your business unparalleled access to the community. It's the perfect way for smaller individually owned businesses to cultivate a core clientele or expand their already loyal customer base. To secure your prime commercial spot during the broadcast, contact Thomas Lee at Champion Sports Radio by phone at 972-741-0334. That's 972-741-0334 or online at championsportsradio.com. Champion Sports Radio, your home for championship broadcast.
Back at AT&T Stadium, the Longhorns, number 26, Jalen Jackson, the freshman, returns the kickoff of Katy up to the 40-yard line, and the Longhorns trailing 21-10 after just a gut-wrenching mistake on a fumble that was returned 80 yards by a touchdown. Longhorns only have 41 seconds and no timeouts. They send trips to the left and one to the right. McMillan going to throw. Now he's in trouble. He's going to pull it down. He fumbles, and Cedar Hill recovers that. And 34 seconds, and the clock continues to run, and there's no timeouts. Longhorns have got to do a better job of ball security against a team of this caliber.
And there were, looks like Murdoch actually was able to run open, but at this point it kind of looks like McMillan isn't comfortable standing in the pocket.
No, he's not letting things develop, getting out of there pretty quickly, and of course it's easy to say that from up here. 8 seconds. Longhorn's going to let the clock run out here in the first half. The score at the end of one half of play, the Cedar Hill Longhorns, after leading 10-0, have seen Katy score 21 points in the last 5 minutes of the first half to take a 21-10 lead. When we come back, we'll let you listen to both bands in the pageantry of Division II 5A State Championship football on the Champion Sports Radio Network.
This broadcast is under the direction and is copywritten by Champion Sports Radio. Any rebroadcast, retransmission, or use of the audio stream, and any and all other use of the accounts of this broadcast without the direct written consent and permission of Champion Sports Radio is strictly prohibited. All rights are reserved by Champion Sports Radio and ChampionSportsRadio.com. This is a presentation of Champion Sports Radio, your home for championship broadcasts.
Never do today what you can put off until tomorrow, right? Now, that's not exactly the saying, but it seems like people would rather do anything other than doing something about their finances. That's why there's AXA Advisors. We work one-on-one with you to create a financial strategy for the things you need tomorrow. Start your financial strategy today with AXA Advisors. Call Thomas Lee at 972-455-9114. That's 972-455-9114. Securities offered through AXA Advisors, LLC, 212-314-4600. Member FINRA SIPC.
If you're a basketball parent or coach, you need Stacky, the simplest way to keep stats ever created. Our easy-to-use iPad app turns anyone into a professional statistician, and all they have to do is simply follow the ball. Produce full and accurate box scores and play-by-play reports. Send accurate stats out to your fans, media, or recruiters. It's sports statistic collection redefined. Stacky is available right now in the iPad App Store for just $4.99, and there are team fundraising opportunities available as well. On the web at statgeek.com. StatGeek, keep your eye on the ball.
Are you looking for a way to promote your business or increase exposure? Do you just need more people to know that you're there? Join the Champion Sports Radio team and advertise during these games. In the last 4 years, Champion Sports Radio has broadcast over 600 games to more than 3.5 million listeners. And Champion Sports Radio wants to help you use major high school sports to reach thousands of local fans right in your community. Think about it. Die-hard fans just like you tune in each and every week, giving your business unparalleled access to the community. It's the perfect way for smaller individually owned businesses to cultivate a core clientele or expand their already loyal customer base. To secure your prime commercial spot during the broadcast, contact Thomas Lee at Champion Sports Radio by phone at 972-741-0334. That's 972-741-0334 or online at ChampionSportsRadio.com. Champion Sports Radio, your home for championship broadcast.
The Centers for Disease Control and Prevention estimates that nearly 4 million brain injuries occur every year due to sports in the U.S. They also estimate that 70% of concussions go unreported. Not identifying concussions early can be devastating, especially if the athlete continues to play with symptoms. Catching hard hits fast is critical, and that's why you need the Shockbox Helmet Impact Sensor. The Shockbox is a small sensor that easily attaches to most football, lacrosse, and hockey helmets and instantly sends a signal to a smartphone on the sidelines when the player has taken a hard hit that puts them at higher risk for injury. The free app receives data from the sensor, displays information about the impact, and even walks the user through a concussion assessment. The app also logs symptom and impact data for future medical use. Visit ShotboxDFW.com to learn more about the Shockbox Impact Alert Sensor and determine if it is the right option for your child. Be warned instantly when a player has experienced a head impact that could result in a concussion. Visit ShotboxDFW.com today. ShotboxDFW.com.
It's time to claim your Texas birthright. Do you want to be a Texas football legend? Subscribe today to the Dave Campbell's Texas Football Legends package. You will get a year's worth of great content, exclusive collectibles, and special access to football experiences. What's more is all Texas Football Legends subscribers will get their name published in the 2014 summer edition of Dave Campbell's Texas Football. This is a perfect gift for the football fanatic in your house. Become a Texas football legend today by subscribing at TexasFootball.com.
At Germania Insurance, you get more than a policy. You get a promise. That's why Germania Life offers a wide variety of policies, flexible terms, and a range of premium options. Germania knows how Texans live and can help you plan for this stage of your life and beyond. Visit GermaniaInsurance.com to find an agent near you.
Trust Germania.
Cameron Boland, Bill Howard, and Cody Cram here, live at AT&T Cowboys Stadium. Cedar Hill trailing Katy by a score of 21-10, as Katy has scored 21 unanswered points in the last 5 minutes of the second quarter. We are at the half. And earlier this week, we also got a chance to catch up with Larry Hill and DeMarcus Lodge. I'm going to go ahead and let you listen in to those interviews during the half. Again, you're listening to Champion Sports Radio and the Cedar Hill Longhorn Network. We're going to throw it to the Larry Hill interview first. Following that, we'll have a quick break and be back with DeMarcus Lodge.
We're with junior wide receiver DeMarcus Lodge of the Cedar Hill Longhorns as the Longhorns prepare to take on the undefeated Katy Tigers Saturday night at AT&T Stadium. And DeMarcus, first and foremost, thank you very much for taking your time to be with us tonight after a long day of school and an afternoon of practice.
No problem. It's a blessing to be here right now.
DeMarcus, you really burst onto the scene this year after playing on the varsity as a sophomore. Many regard you right now as the #1 rated junior wide receiver in the United States. What has all that attention been like coming so fast for you?
It's been crazy. Everybody's on me. Everybody's talking to me. A lot of coaches. Everybody's in my ear. But I just keep to myself and to my family. I don't try to get too cocky or whatever. We're not cocky at all. I stay humble because my family won't let me get cocky with anything at all. And I have a pretty big fan base and a pretty big supporting cast. So it's been crazy.
Well, that's great. You're getting ready to take on Katy. Throughout your regular season, your statistics speak for themselves. You've put up huge numbers and in terms of yards and touchdown catches. As you went into the playoffs, it was obvious that defenses were going to be geared to stop you in the passing game. Did you see any different types of coverages once the playoffs started?
Yes, sir, I did actually. I think, was it the first game?
That would be Temple.
Temple, it was a corner. I think he was pressed up on me and a safety walked down. He was almost over the corner, on top of the corner.
Stacking defensive backs against
yes,
you.
Yes, sir. A couple weeks ago, Ryan, they actually had, it was punt. They had 2 defensive backs right there lined up on me. And Lake Travis did the same thing. So it's been crazy.
You know, you got to really be pleased with the coaching staff here at Cedar Hill, and especially offensive coordinator Michael Glaze and receivers coach Benjamin, and what they've been able to do to get you open in spite of those coverages.
I just want to thank Coach Glaze a lot. He's great. He's an offensive guru. He's been giving me the ball different kind of ways, in different games, different coverages. He knows what he has to do to give me the ball, and he does that very well.
Well, I'm glad you brought that up because we looked up during the Denton-Ryan game, and there was number 84 taking he looked like Will Cole back there at quarterback. Tell us about putting in the Wildcat for you the week before, and how long had that been in the works?
It actually had just came in the week of that game. He told me that.
Has this something you lobbied for? Did you want it?
Yeah, I wanted it, but it was my first time doing it. He told me it's probably going to be cold, probably going to have trouble getting me the ball in the air. So he told me I was going to line up in the backfield and take a direct snap, and I was very excited. And I just followed the H-back.
And on that particular play, was it Ruzicka or Houston that was the H-back?
The first time it was Ruzicka, and the second time it was Houston.
So see, you're giving both of them their props. That's a smart runner right there, guys.
Yeah.
He's taking care of his blockers. You played in last year's state championship game as a sophomore. You weren't an integral part of the offense at that time. Going into the Katy game this season, obviously, you're going to be a very important factor. How do you attack the Katy defense that's only given up 93 points this year?
I just have to come out ready to play. I can't be nerved up. I know what I have to do. If I attack the secondary, I know they have 3 sophomores back there, I believe.
Yes, they do.
And I come out, and I know if I intimidate them, then the game is pretty much in our hands.
How much fun will it be for you coming back next year in your senior year, being the one of the leaders along with the running back Ware, the quarterback McMillan, and the guys that you have on defense that are juniors? Are you looking forward to that leadership role?
Yes, sir. I can't wait till that happens. I can teach the younger guys what I've learned over the season. I just can't wait.
I know it's a long time off, but any hint for the audience as to what you're looking at college-wise? What are you looking for in a college?
Number one, the education has to be great there at that college. I mean, I pretty much know every college has a great educational program, but I just want to make sure that what I'm trying to major in is good at that college. A receiver coach that I can feel like he's my dad, feel like I'm at home there.
Sure. No wishbones. No fears, no options, right?
Yes, sir.
Good enough. Best of luck to you this Saturday night, DeMarcus. You got the city and most of North Texas pulling for what's a great young man. We appreciate your time tonight.
Thanks a lot.
High school seniors achieving excellence goes beyond top grades, and AXA wants your help in recognizing them. Up to 12 DFW area students will receive a $2,000 AXA Achievement Community Scholarship, and one senior in Texas will receive a scholarship worth up to $25,000. Do you know a local high school senior who has excelled at a job, sport, community project, or other extracurricular activity? They may be eligible for an AXA Achievement Community Scholarship. For more details, contact Thomas Lee at AXA Advisors, 972-455-9114.
Are you studying on your own for the SAT or ACT? Follow My Test Answers on Twitter and Facebook for free solutions to official test questions. Got a question of your own? Send a message to My Test Answers and get a response for free. Got more than one question? Don't worry, we'll answer those too. With over a decade of experience in helping students prepare for standardized tests, the experts at My Test Answers will get you the answers you want whenever you need it. My Test Answers, problems solved.
There's a time and a place for everything.
As you'll see, projections for the next quarter are...
He shoots, he scores! 2 points for team middle management. The office is not one of them.
Jack, can I see you in my office?
No pouting, it's your ball. Let's see what you got.
But Whirly Ball is. For corporate events, team building, and private parties, Whirly Ball in Hearst and Plano is electric fun. Test your skills on the arcade games. Zip around in your Whirly Bug for a Whirly Ball competition. Or play the most affordable laser tag in the city. Learn more at whirlyball.info.
Are you tired of only spending time as a family huddled around the TV? Would you like to enjoy some culture with your loved ones without breaking the bank? Then let me introduce you to the Greater Dallas Youth Orchestra. The GDYO provides music education and performance opportunities for musically talented youth, but this is no kids' concert. The GDYO comprises 7 different ensembles made up of over 425 talented musicians ages 8 to 18, representing more than 50 communities in North Texas. You won't believe how amazing these ensembles sound until you hear it for yourself. So join them for one of their concerts at the Meyerson Symphony Center or Dallas City Performance Hall. For more information on how to make a donation, as well as a listing of upcoming GDYO concerts, visit gdyo.org. And if you know a talented young musician interested in an unbelievable experience, auditions take place in the spring. Connect with the Greater Dallas Youth Orchestra on Facebook, Twitter, LinkedIn, and at gdyo.org.
Looking for the best selection of your school's sportswear or fan gear? Visit prepsportswear.com. Just enter your school or college name and search our online store. At prepsportswear.com, you can shop from leading brands like Adidas, Nike, Russell Athletic, and Champion. With over 650 products to customize, you can sport your team spirit in an original inspired by you. Sign up today at prepsportswear.com and get 10% off your first order. Prepsportswear.com. Your team, your gear, your way.
It's time to claim your Texas birthright. If you can't live without Dave Campbell's Texas Football Magazine while on the road, subscribe today to the digital versions of the Bible for Lone Star football fans. That's right, Dave Campbell's has gone digital. Download our free app from the iTunes or Google Play Store today and subscribe. The digital subscriber to Dave Campbell's Texas Football will receive 4 exclusive editions a year, complete with extra video and audio features only found here. Download your free app today and bring your Dave Campbell's Texas Football with you wherever you go.
Cameron Bolin, Bill Howard, and Cody Krim here at AT&T Cowboy Stadium. Cedar Hill trailing Katy by a score of 21-10 at the half. Go over some quick halftime statistics. Aka Cedric Ware leads Cedar Hill in rushing with 69 yards on 7 carries, a long of 52, averaging 9.9 a clip. Denver Daniels second in rushing with 64 yards on 2 carries, a long of 27. And DeMarcus Lodge leading in receiving with 11 yards on 2 receptions. Justin McMillan is 6 of 9 passing, has been sacked once, and he has 32 yards passing. For Katy, unexpectedly, they are having a better passing game than Cedar Hill, as Garrett Dioran is 3 of 4 for 52 yards and a touchdown. He's also been sacked once. Sloan Spiller, the tight end, leads as he caught the deep ball for a 44-yard touchdown. And Andy Coonrad with a big third down reception on an out route has 13 yards receiving on 1 reception. Rodney Anderson has gained 115 yards on 10 carries. He's averaging 11.5 yards a carry, while Cal Porter, the speedback, has only 22 yards on 7 carries. And as the half progressed, we saw less and less of him, which you would expect as he's not having as much success as one Rodney Anderson. So you're listening to Longhorn football on Champion Sports Radio. Again, Cedar Hill trailing Katy by a score of 10-21. When we come back, we'll have the second half. Right now, we'll go ahead and throw it to an interview that we had earlier this week with Larry Hill.
Opportunity to talk this evening in preparation for the state championship game with Katy High School. Cedar Hill running back Larry Hill, and of course Larry Hill's been the dominant running force for the Longhorns throughout this season and throughout the playoff run. Larry, thank you very much for being with us tonight.
No problem, sir. It's an honor.
Larry, everyone that follows Cedar Hill football knows last year you were injured in our playoff run. You didn't play in the state semifinals, and you missed the game against Katy. And I know this game, this whole playoff run has to be extremely special for you because of that. Tell our listeners a little bit about what it means for you to be here and healthy through this playoff run.
Man, it's a blessing. As y'all know, last year I tore my ACL against Waco Midway. I was going in the next week thinking that we was going to win, thinking that I was going to be able to play against Katy last year. We talked to Coach, and he said just go with it. So I went on ahead and went with it. As the game went on, we found out that it wasn't really a running game. We needed plays like in the air and pass blocking and all that. So Coach explained that to me, but it's just an honor and a blessing just to come this far this season. I know God got a lot planned for me and his team, so it's just an honor and a blessing to be here right now.
Well, talk a little bit about your time on varsity here, your junior and your senior year, playing for Coach McGuire, playing for this program, for Coach Glaze, your offensive coordinator. What does it mean to Larry Hill to be a Cedar Hill Longhorn?
I remember since I was little, I always talked about being on varsity. Everyone rather wanted to be on varsity when they was a Cedar Hill Longhorn. Started young. My junior year, I say your junior year is your most exciting year. You're around a bunch of older guys, and everybody's counting on you. If you're on varsity, they count on you to make plays. This is they make plays. So it's time of let me do what I can do to help my brothers, win this. And then your senior year, it's just like you're here now. Let's just maintain and do better than you did last year. But my junior year, I had to say, was the peak of my career, glory to God and everything. But that junior year is exciting. The senior year is just more of let's finish what we started last year and just keep building on after that.
I'm sure you've seen programs in the Metroplex on TV, read about them in the papers, that if you were in those programs, you would be the number one running back. You would be the offensive icon for a program. Here at Cedar Hill, there are so many weapons. In fact, you're a member of what's called the committee, a group of running backs that share the load. Are you happier being part of the committee and winning a state championship? What would you say to someone who had the opportunity to go be the number one star somewhere, or be part of something special that wins a state championship, or at least plays for one?
Right. Don't get me wrong. You know, being number one and being the icon and all that, that's good. But it's nothing like having a family around you that also can share that load with you. Like you said, we got this group called the committee, and they say I'm the chairman. But I love I love my brothers being beside me, getting that experience as well. You know, you got Cedar and Peter Lewis and Denver Daniels, and they play a good role of doing their job in the committee as well. I would say there's nothing like being a part of the committee than doing something else. There's nothing like it. And then winning the state championship with them is a blessing.
Well, you're highly recruited. There's a lot of schools that are looking at you, and a lot of schools that will be watching this game that's coming Saturday night at AT&T Stadium when you take on the Katy Tigers. When you go out Saturday night to play in what will be your last game as a Cedar Hill Longhorn, before the game ever kicks off, try to explain to 8th and 9th graders that are playing football at Cedar Hill and listening right now what that's going to be like for you.
Really, I'm just going to give all glory to God that He even let me make it this far healthy. And then the only thing that's going to be on my mind is do my job. As long as I do my job, whatever goes wrong, whatever goes right, I could be able to say, I did my job, so we did this right. Or I did my job, so we didn't do this wrong because of me. And if everyone has that attitude, we should be fine. So I'm just going to give our glory to God and just do my part, do my job, whatever I can do to help the team.
Well, we wish you the best of luck Saturday night, Larry, and far beyond into your college career. This is Larry Hill, the star running back for the Cedar Hill Longhorns. You're listening to Champion Sports Radio. We'll be back in a moment.
It's time to claim your Texas birthright. If you can't live without your copies of the Dave Campbell's Texas Football Magazine while on the road, subscribe today to the digital versions of the Bible for Lone Star football fans. That's right, Dave Campbell's Texas Football Magazine has gone digital. Download our free app from the iTunes or Google Play Store today and subscribe. The digital subscriber to Dave Campbell's Texas Football will receive 4 exclusive editions a year, complete with extra video and audio features only found here. Within this subscription is the digital-only recruiting magazine, only available for digital readers. Or if you prefer, you can buy any one of the 4 annual digital magazines separately. Either way, get started today by downloading your free app today and bring your Dave Campbell's Texas Football with you wherever you go.
When you want to start a financial strategy, you need one-on-one guidance from some of the best trained professionals in the financial services business. AXA Advisors is part of a global company helping millions of people pursue their financial goals. Contact Thomas Lee with AXA Advisors today to get started on your financial strategy. Call Thomas Lee at 972-455-9114. That's 972-455-9114. Securities offered through AXA Advisors, LLC, 212-314-4600. Member FINRA SIPC.
If you're a basketball parent or coach, you need Stacky, the simplest way to keep stats ever created. Our easy-to-use iPad app turns anyone into a professional statistician, and all they have to do is simply follow the ball. Produce full and accurate box scores and play-by-play reports. Send accurate stats out to your fans, media, or recruiters. It's sports statistic collection redefined. Stacky is available right now in the iPad App Store for just $4.99, and there are team fundraising opportunities available as well. On the web at statgeek.com. StatGeek. Keep your eye on the ball.
Do you need a boost in exposure? Want to reach local, community-minded folks with information about your business? Join the Champion Sports Radio team and advertise during these games. In the last 4 years, Champion Sports Radio has broadcast over 600 games for more than 3.5 million listeners. And Champion Sports Radio wants to help you use major high school sports to reach thousands of local fans right in your community. It's also a way for your business to give back to the community by helping all these well-deserving student-athletes get some recognition for their accomplishments. The cost simply can't be beat for the effect it will have. You get a lot of bang for your buck, and best of all, it provides an opportunity for the best advertisement of all, word of mouth. To secure your prime commercial spot during the broadcast, contact Thomas Lee at Champion Sports Radio by phone at 972-741-0334. That's 972-741-0334 or online at championsportsradio.com. Champion Sports Radio, your home for championship broadcast.
The Centers for Disease Control and Prevention estimates that nearly 4 million brain injuries occur every year due to sports in the U.S. They also estimate that 70% of concussions go unreported. Not identifying concussions early can be devastating, especially if the athlete continues to play with symptoms. Catching hard hits fast is critical, and that's why you need the Shockbox Helmet Impact Sensor. The Shockbox is a small sensor that easily attaches to most football, lacrosse, and hockey helmets and instantly sends a signal to a smartphone on the sidelines when the player has taken a hard hit that puts them at higher risk for injury. The free app receives data from the sensor, displays information about the impact, and even walks the user through a concussion assessment. The app also logs symptom and impact data for future medical use. Visit ShopboxDFW.com to learn more about the Shockbox Impact Alert Sensor and determine if it is the right option for your child. Be warned instantly when a player has experienced a head impact that could result in a concussion. Visit ShockboxDFW.com today. ShockboxDFW.com.
Back at AT&T Stadium in Arlington, Texas, the Cedar Hill Longhorns, who 1 year ago lost a heartbreaking game to these Katy Tigers in the state finals, have waited a year for their opportunity for redemption. And for 1 1/2 quarters, the Longhorns, leading 10-0, had really controlled the football game. But in the last 6 minutes of the first half, Katy, buoyed by mistakes by the Cedar Hill Longhorns, turnovers, 3 fumbles, struck for 3 touchdowns and lead 21-10. And, you know, Cam, I got to tell you, honestly, I'm a little shell-shocked. I'm hoping that Coach McGuire has taken that football team into the locker room and taken some of the shell shock they may have, been able to, minimize some of that. I don't know if you feel the same way, but I feel like everything was going right, and then a big storm came and wiped all the goodness away, and now it's, instead of 10-0, it's 21-10, and they get the ball first to start the second half, and I think that first drive of the second half is going to be crucial for the Cedar Hill Longhorns.
Yeah, Cedar Hill, this is pretty much the game at this point. The Longhorn defense really needs maybe a 6 and out at most. They can't allow Katy to kind of bully them and run the ball down their throat for a touchdown. That would be really demoralizing after the way the first half ended. The Longhorns have continued to make great adjustments throughout the halftime and throughout the season. So I'm confident that they'll come out and have a really good and productive second half of football. And the personnel lends itself, and the way the game played early in the half with the 5 wide receiver sets having so much success lends itself for Cedar Hill having some success in the comeback.
The Cedar Hill Longhorns have come out onto the field, so have the Katy Tigers. Longhorns really having some fun down by their own inflatable helmet, dancing around, jumping around. They know, you know what, we got 24 minutes to live, if you will, right here, Cody Krim. And we say that metaphorically. Please don't everybody tweet me and say it's just a game. I understand.
You have a Twitter account, Bill?
You bet. Tweet me at however you tweet Cody Krim. We share that tweet address. Is that what you call that, a tweet address? Hey, in all honesty, Cody, Cam and I talking about the importance of that first drive. Cedar Hill really needs to get off to a good start here in the second half.
Yeah, we talked a little bit about it off air. It's really going to be imperative for the Longhorns to come out and make a defensive stop and get the ball back. And once they get the ball back, they got to move the ball and find something that they can go to consistently to make hay against this Katy defense.
The Cedar Hill Longhorns, to begin the second half, will be kicking off from left to right on your dial. It'll be Brooks Ralph to kick off, and back deep, number 5, Kyle Porter. And he is joined back there by a second return man. I believe that's number 1, Tony Mullins. And the referee's waiting for the television crew to get back. Set to kick off is Brooks Ralph. Longhorns trailing 21-10 to start the second half. And a long end-over-end kick deep into the end zone. And the Katy Tigers going to down it there. And Brooks Ralph, the junior, really showing off a big leg tonight for prospective college scouts, Cam.
Yeah, Brooks Ralph has had a phenomenal game so far tonight. Really not only booming kickoffs deep into end zones, but really doing a good job on his extra points and field goal.
The Katy Tigers set up first down and 10 from their own 25-yard line. Coming out to start at quarterback again, the sophomore Garrett Doiron. In the backfield, number 5, Kyle Porter. As the I-back, the fullback, Kyle Williams. On first down and 10, inside trap play to number 26, the wingback in this particular set, Rodney Anderson. Anderson gets across the 30 out to the 32. Going to give him about 6 and make it second down and 4. And for the Longhorns, Dillard and Moore making the tackle.
And a good job on that back counter trap play and just really great blocking as the secondary in Cedar Hill having to bring down Anderson after a good run.
From the 32 on second down and a short 4, I formation. Inside handoff to the fullback. He's going to get up to the 35 to about the 36, and that's going to be enough for a first down to begin this drive here in the third quarter. 11:18 to go in the third, just underway. Cedar Hill saw a 10-0 lead go by the wayside after 3 turnovers. Katy leading now 21-10. Longhorns need a good start here to the second half. Defense geared up. I formation for Katy, moving from right to left from the 36. Doiron with Anderson as the I-back. Doiron throwing a slant route. Got a man. Ball's complete up at the 45 out to midfield. Across midfield to the Cedar Hill 45 goes number 3, Logan Oddie. And Oddie catches a little slant route.
And what Cedar Hill cannot have is the lapses and concentration from the defensive backs, because they don't get a lot of work. They tend, to be a little bit lax, and you just can't have that in those big games.
First and 10 from the Longhorn 44. Doiron, toss play to Anderson, who takes it back up the middle, and the Longhorn's going to take him down, but not before he picks up 6 yards. And it's Richard Moore on the tackle. And this is the thing that Katy can do, Cody. They get ahead 21-10, and they turn around and start relying on a big running attack, and that's what they're doing right now.
Yeah, and it does twofold. They're moving it very well, and while they're moving the ball, they're also running time off the clock as we're already at the 10-minute mark.
From the Cedar Hill 38, second down. Inside handoff to Anderson. Anderson going to get to the 35 down to about the 34-yard line. He may be about a yard short of that first down, and that's going to bring up third down and 1 for Katy.
And now I think the lead official came in and ruled out a first down, Bill.
He did indeed, my mistake. They marked him up actually at the 34, which is going to be just enough for a first down. So Katy 3 consecutive first downs, 9:50 to go in the third, and they lead 21-10. Wide receivers to either side, 1 back in the backfield, motion across the formation for Katy. Play action pass, Doiron sets up, throwing the corner route, got a man, ball's incomplete, great defensive coverage by number 8 for the Longhorns to Muncie Whitfield, who came over and really laid the lick on the tight end for Katy, number 88, Sloan Spiller.
And great timing there by Whitfield as he hit him right as Spiller was going up to catch the ball. Great job by Whitfield to get in after the ball and break that pass up.
Second down and 10. Longhorns desperately need a big second down stop right here. Anderson, the I-back, behind Doiron and Williams. Motion across the formation. Inside handoff to Williams, the first back. He's going to pick up about 2 yards, and that's going to bring up a huge 3rd down and 8. Manny Mendoza, an excellent kicker for Katy, and Katy moves closer to field goal range.
And Cedar Hill's going to have to keep an eye out for a screen pass here with this 3rd and long.
3rd down and 8. Ball's set at the 32-yard line. Longhorn bench trying to get the Longhorn defense fired up and the crowd fired up. Twin receivers come to the right to the short side of the field. And there's going to be a timeout called by Katy as the play clock was running down, and we'll keep it here. 8:54 to go in the 3rd quarter. For those of you just joining us, Cedar Hill bolting to a 10-0 lead. They held that 10-0 lead inside 7 minutes to go in the first half, and Cam, the proverbial roof got a leak at that time.
Yeah, Cedar Hill really was dominating the football game. Katy had no momentum or rhythm. But there was a bit of a problem on the dive play. Cedar Hill didn't fit the run properly. A couple players spin around blocks and jumped around blocks as opposed to taking the blocks on head up. That allowed a big hole for Rodney Anderson, and he had a nice touchdown run. And from there, it's kind of started almost an avalanche.
21-10 with 8:54 to go in the 3rd here in the Division II 5A state championship game. Katy took the opening kickoff from their own 25. They moved the ball to the Cedar Hill 32 where they face a huge 3rd and 8. Twins to the left side, to the wide side of the field. Tight end strong to the right. I formation, Anderson the running back behind Doyrot. On 3rd down, Doyrot rolls out, looking, throwing, got a man open down there, and the ball's complete. Inside the 10-yard line, down to the 8, and it's number 1, Tony Mullins, and that's a sophomore throwing to a sophomore, guys, in the state 5A championship game. That's pretty awesome. When 2 sophomores can hook up, they do there all the way down to the Longhorn 8-yard line. That's a 24-yard gain and a Katy first down.
And Katy knows that with the way the safeties from Cedar Hill are playing, they're going to have the play action open all night. And, I mean, honestly, if you're Cedar Hill, you have to keep selling out to stop the run and just give that play up.
From the shotgun, it's a Wildcat formation play, and the quarterback is going to be stopped for a 2-yard loss. And that was Anderson, Rodney Anderson, lined up in the Wildcat. He only he loses 2 yards. And that's going to make it 2nd down and goal as the ball sits closer to the 10 than the 9-yard line.
And Bill, really, it's not a killer if Katy only gets a field goal here. It'd be a 2-touchdown game at that point. But Cedar Hill really has to stiffen to make a goal line stand.
2nd down and goal. Ball just inside the 10-yard line. Doyron. Toss play to Anderson coming right. Longhorns seal it and going to take him down at the 8 after a gain of 2. In fact, they're going to mark it closer to the 7, so give him 3. And here we go again, guys. Huge 3rd down play for the Cedar Hill Longhorns.
And Richard Moore came through like a missile that time, and Anderson got down just in time to avoid a crushing blow.
Big third down for the Longhorns defense. This will be the 3rd of these 3rd downs they've had on this drive. Twins to the right, tight end strong to the left. I formation, Anderson and Williams. Doyron, the man under. Rolls out. Doyron's looking, throwing. Wide open man. They can't hit him. Williams is wide open for a touchdown at the goal line, but Doyron missed him, and that's going to bring up 4th down, and that means a field goal attempt for the Katy Tigers. And Cam, Cedar Hill caught a big break right there.
Yeah, they dodged a bullet, as you would say, as the fullback came wide open, was completely uncovered as the linebackers were looking for the run and left them unattended.
Manny Mendoza will attempt a 25-yard field goal from straight on. The kick is up, and it is good. And with 7:06 to go in the 3rd quarter, Katy extends its lead to 24-10. Cedar Hill Longhorn football on the Champion Sports Radio Network will be back in a moment.
seniors achieving excellence goes beyond top grades, and AXA wants your help in recognizing them. Up to 12 DFW area students will receive a $2,000 AXA Achievement Community Scholarship, and one senior in Texas will receive a scholarship worth up to $25,000. Do you know a local high school senior who has excelled at a job, sport, community project, or other extracurricular activity? They may be eligible for an AXA Achievement Community Scholarship. For more details, contact Thomas Lee at AXA Advisors, 972-455-9114.
There's a time and a place for everything.
As you'll see, projections for the next quarter are...
He shoots, he scores! 2 points for team middle management. The office is not one of them.
Jack, can I see you in my office?
No pouting, it's your ball. Let's see what you got.
But Whirly Ball is. For corporate events, team building, and private parties, Whirly Ball in Hearst and Plano is electric fun. Test your skills on the arcade games. Zip around in your Whirly Bug for a Whirly Ball competition. Or play the most affordable laser tag in the city. Learn more at whirlyball.info.
Back at AT&T Stadium, we play with 7:05 left in the third quarter of the Division II 5A state championship game. The Cedar Hill Longhorns, who led at one point in the first half 10-0, have seen the Katy Tigers, the owners of a 31-game winning streak, take that punch, get up off the mat, and score 24 consecutive points to lead our Longhorns 24-10. Longhorns hold Katy to a field goal on the initial drive of the third quarter, 75 yards, 11 plays, ends on a 25-yard field goal by Manny Mendoza, and now the Longhorns will be set to receive the kickoff, and going back deep to receive that kick will be number 18, DeMarcus Lodge. He'll be flanked by the freshman, number 26, Jalen Jackson, to the left, and to the right, number 25, Denver Daniels. Longhorns can get right back in this game with a score, can make it a one-possession game very quickly if the Longhorns can find a way to penetrate this tough Katy defense. Mendoza getting the okay now from the officials and approaches the ball for the kickoff and hits a pooch kick that Jalen Jackson moves over and lets go out of bounds. And it's going to be interesting to see if the Longhorns will take the ball or make them re-kick that ball. I would like to think
they'll probably take the football.
I would like to see them kick that ball again. If I'm Joey McGuire and Calvin Ruzicka, they ran down there, and the Longhorns are going to make them kick it again. And I think that's a good move, Cam. I think it's a good move because the coverage team runs down all the way on that. Now they're going to have to turn around and do it right again. Maybe you catch them just a little bit flat-footed.
And they're going to be, I believe they're going to be moved back. Is that correct?
Oh, yeah. It'll be a 5-yard penalty. Ball will be kicked off from the 35. Otherwise, you get the ball at the 30-yard line. And I'm kind of glad they're letting them do this.
Yeah, it looks like they have Denver Daniels and Jalen Jackson as the up man, and DeMarcus Lodge is the lone return.
That's it. Lodge is in the middle. Longhorns got a chance to get some good field position out of this. Mendoza approaches the ball for his second consecutive kick. He lines it toward the corner, and Lodge picks it up at the 10, going upfield to the 15. Makes one man miss to the 20. And he's down at the 21-yard line, and you got to give Mendoza some credit there for kicking the ball away from Lodge. I'm a little surprised the Longhorns didn't have return men across instead of 2 men up there.
Yeah, and I actually would have liked for them to just kind of take the ball at the 35-yard line and go from there offensively just to avoid any type of possible negative play on the return.
Well, there's 2 ways to look at it, and that would have been the better way. This time for sure. Yeah, hindsight's good. Hindsight's good. If Lodge busts it big, we all feel differently, but he didn't. Yeah. Twins to the left and to the right. This is the way the Longhorns open the game from the 21. Empty backfield set. McMillan with 7 on the play clock, changing the play at the line of scrimmage. Now down to 3 on the play clock. McMillan steps, throws to the outside. Ball's complete up to the 25 to DeMarcus Lodge. Longhorns going to hit some kind of stop and go if they can get some protection.
Exactly, Bill. That was going to be my next point. At some point, we're going to see a double move, and I'm assuming that's going to be once the Longhorns are able to get on the plus side of the football field.
I think you're absolutely right, Cam. Those defensive backs closing way too fast on DeMarcus Lodge. 2nd down and 5 from the 26-yard line. Trips to the left, twins to the right. Direct snap to McMillan. Throws it out in the flat on the screen, and up to the 30 and close to the 31-yard line goes Caleb Ray, number 86, the wide receiver.
And Ray making a nice contribution in the state championship game.
And it's going to be really close to a first down. The referee's coming to look down the line, and they are going to signal that he was able to get the first down there.
It is a first down for the Longhorns. I think I credited 86 is not Caleb Ray, but Kirk Johnson, who made that reception. Longhorns come out 1st and 10 from their own 31, 6:06 to go. Trip receivers to the short side of the field. Now Daniels moves back into the backfield behind McMillan. Direct snap to McMillan. They hand it off to Daniels, coming left. Stripped up at the 31, gets out to about the 32, may have gained a yard. Longhorn running backs running a little tentatively right now as opposed to hitting the holes quickly, making it very, very tough to get anything going on the ground game. And Cedric Ware has just checked back in the game, and more of Cedric the better right now. Longhorns looking at a 2nd down and 9 from the 32. Katy really crowding the line of scrimmage. Direct snap to McMillan. Throws the hitch route to the outside. Got Lodge. Lodge makes one man miss. Gets up around the 39. Fumbles the ball and falls on it. Longhorns got to do a better job of ball security.
And Lodge that time looks like he was trying to stretch the ball out and to get the maybe try to get the first down, but at some point you got to know when to hold him and know when to fold him.
3rd down and 3. I'm sorry, Cam, didn't mean to step on you. You're absolutely right. Ware and Hill are the running backs on 3rd and 3. Denver Daniels in the Wildcat. Daniels going to keep it up the middle across the 40 and dives. They're going to say he went down short of the 40 and the ball's at the 39, and I think Cedar Hill might go here. It's going to be 4th down and 2 as they tried to run and they are going to go here.
And we may see Lodge in the Wildcat again.
Yep. Lodge is in the Wildcat. You're absolutely right. 4th down and 3 from the 38. Lodge in the shotgun. He goes to the outside, makes one man miss, gets to the 40, gets to the 45, 50, 45, 40, 35, 30, 25, 20, 15, 10, 5. Touchdown to Marcus Lodge. 62 yards for Superman, and the Longhorns have cut it to 24-16.
And all individual effort by Superman to Marcus Lodge, as Katy had 2 men in the backfield. Lodge was able to evade both of them and made a Superman-like play, and has got this Longhorn sideline fired up, guys.
24-16. Brooks Ralph on to try the extra point out of the hold of Tavarius Walker. The kick is blocked. (24-16). Cedar Hill really hurt us on the special teams there with 4:02 to go in the 3rd. Longhorn football. We'll be back on the Champion Sports Radio Network in a moment.
When you want to build something, how do you start? With a plan, right? That's what AXA Advisors is about. We work with individuals and small businesses to help build financial strategies that get them closer to the things they want to achieve in life. Start right by starting your financial strategy with AXA Advisors. Call Thomas Lee at 972-455-9114. That's 972-455-9114. Securities offered through AXA Advisors, LLC, 212-314-4600. Member FINRA, SIPC.
If you're a basketball parent or coach, you need Stacky, the simplest way to keep stats ever created. Our easy-to-use iPad app turns anyone into a professional statistician, and all they have to do is simply follow the ball, produce full and accurate box scores and play-by-play reports. Send accurate stats out to your fans, media, or recruiters. It's sports statistic collection redefined. StatGeek is available right now in the iPad App Store for just $4.99, and there are team fundraising opportunities available as well. On the web at StatGeek.com. StatGeek, keep your eye on the ball.
Back at AT&T Stadium, DeMarcus Lodge electrifies the Cedar Hill Longhorn crowd with a 62-yard touchdown run out of the Wildcat formation. The Longhorns miss the extra point when Brooks Ralph's kick is blocked by an on-rusher from the far outside. The ball still hit the crossbar. Brooks gave it a really great try, but the protection broke down a little bit for the Longhorns. Calvin Ruzicka calling Brooks Ralph over right now before Brooks Ralph kicks off to give him a little information. Back deep for the Katy Tigers will be number 5, Kyle Porter, and he's joined back there by number 1, Tony Mullins.
And I think we're going to see somewhat of a pooch, or at least a high kick to give it some good hang time and not just kick it out the back of the end zone.
24-16, Katy leads. A booming end-over-end kick again. It drives Mullins back into the end zone, and Mullins fumbles the ball but picks it up and downs it in the end zone. And I tell you, man, Brooks Ralph showing off that cannon leg tonight. Longhorns need to do a better job on special teams. Make sure they give Ralph the opportunity to make some extra points. You hope that extra point doesn't come back to haunt the Longhorns.
Yeah, absolutely, and that could do two things. If the Horns are able to score, and let's hope they are, they may go for a 2-point conversion, and let's just hope they're not chasing points the rest of the night.
From the 25, Katy moving from right to left with 4:02 to go in the third. Toss play to the right side. He turns the corner and gets out of bounds up around the 44-yard line. We'll see where they mark him. That's a gain of 19 yards if they mark him where I believe that he went out of bounds. Just a simple toss play to the right. 25-30, 35-40, and he's going to actually step out around the 41, I believe. They're going to actually say the 42, so give him 17 yards. That's number 5 on the carry, Kyle Porter. He remains as the I-back. Doiron remains the quarterback. On first down, they hand it off to Porter, coming left again. Longhorns seal him up this time, but not before he picks up 4 yards up around the 46. And Cam, one of the things we're seeing right now with the Katy running game is the Longhorn defense isn't making contact with ball carriers until they're 3 and 4 yards downfield.
Yeah, the front 7 isn't in position to make any plays, so what Cedar Hill is going to have to do is get the defensive line playing a little bit better and taking up those offensive linemen to avoid them getting to the second level so the linebackers can run free and make plays.
3:23 to go, and the clock runs in the third. Longhorns trail 24-16, second down and 6 from the 46. Doiron inside handoff to the fullback Williams, and he plows up around midfield. Longhorns again. Referee's got to blow a whistle somewhere in there. They finally do, but not before Williams gets to the 50. Another 4-yard gain, make it third down and 2. And there we are again talking about the Longhorn defense not being able to contain Katy for 4- and 5-yard gains.
And some confusion with the Cedar Hill defense.
Third down and 2. Sorry about that, Cam. Third down and 2 from the 48. Longhorns running players on and off. I formation behind Doiron. Inside handoff coming to the left and stopped at the 50-yard line. Short of the first down is Kyle Porter. He stopped at the 50, and that's going to bring up 4th down.
And a huge play by Davion Dillard with wrapping up the ball carrier before he's able to get across the line marker.
4th down and 2 from midfield, and Katy's going to go. Longhorns on 4th and 2 now have a chance to make a stop. Porter will be the I-back, Williams the fullback. Doiron will be in the shotgun. Direct snap. Moving to the left, and he's not going to get it. The Longhorns stopping back at the 48-yard line, and it was Kyle Goss, number 22, stopping Rodney Anderson, who had taken over as the Wildcat quarterback. And the Longhorns will take over first down and 10 at the 48-yard line of Katy, down 24-16.
And Richard Moore, exactly, Cam. Richard Moore coming up there, Cal Goss with him. Just a great defensive effort there by the Horns. Now it is imperative with this field position that the Longhorns can put the ball in the end zone and get right back in this ball game, fellas.
Twins to the right and to the left. Empty back set. McMillan in the shotgun. 2 minutes to go in the third quarter. Longhorns at the Katy 48. Straight back in the pocket goes McMillan. He rolls that, got a man wide open, and he overthrows Larry Hill at the 35-yard line, and Larry Hill was out early for practice.
And that was a great play design by Coach Glaze. Larry Hill was lined up in the slot position, and both the safety and cornerback ran deep with DeMarcus Lodge, leaving Larry Hill with no one within 30 yards of him. But Justin McMillan had a rush coming from inside and out and was not able to set his feet.
From the 46, second down and 10. McMillan in the shotgun. Jet motion across the formation. Inside handoff to Ware, coming right. He breaks one tackle up across the 45. He might get a half a yard on the play, but that's all. That's going to bring up third down. And I'm going to tell you something. That was a huge missed opportunity for the Cedar Hill Longhorns on the play before when Larry Hill was simply wide open at the 35-yard line. Now a big play for the Longhorns, third down and 8 from the 47. 45. McMillan in the shotgun. Cedric Ware, the running back. Twins to the left, one to the right. They got Lodge double covered on the short side. Inside handoff to Ware, coming right. Cedric makes one man miss. He's going to get up to around the 42-yard line.
I like the play call.
That's going to be a gain of about 5, and it's going to leave the Longhorns with a fourth down.
And they're going to go.
And about 4 yards to go for a first down.
And we haven't seen DeMarcus Lodge in the on an out route out of the slot position, something we saw last time we were here a lot versus Hebron.
Longhorns got twins to the right, one to the left. Lodge is in the slot to the left. He goes in motion across the formation. McMillan rolls out, looking, throws it, and the ball is intercepted by Katy at the 35-yard line off a deflection.
And not all is lost there. If it is incomplete, Katy gets about another 10 yards. I do like the play call for Cedar Hill to go for it. Pretty good coverage downfield by Katy.
Well, a missed opportunity for the Longhorns. On a fourth down and 6, they tried to hit Lodge, and he was well covered, deflected by Katy and intercepted at the 35-yard line. And credit the interception to number 9, Travis Willock. And Katy takes over with 32 seconds, first down and 10 from their own 35. Inside handoff to Anderson, coming right, and Xavier Washington buries him for a 2-yard loss.
And the Horns really have to be careful. I expect Katy to go to a play action, maybe to that tight end up the middle again. Horns really have to be careful that they don't give up a big play in the passing game as well while they're stacking the box.
That's going to be the end of the third quarter of play with the score, Katy 24, Cedar Hill 16. Longhorn football will be back for the final quarter of the season in just a moment.
Being on your own for the SAT or ACT? Follow My Test Answers on Twitter and Facebook for free solutions to official test questions. Got a question of your own? Send a message to My Test Answers and get a response for free. Got more than one question? Don't worry, we'll answer those too. With over a decade of experience in helping students prepare for standardized tests, the experts at My Test Answers will get you the answers you want whenever you need it. My Test Answers, problems solved.
Are you tired of only spending time as a family huddled around the TV? Would you like to enjoy some culture with your loved ones without breaking the bank? Then let me introduce you to the Greater Dallas Youth Orchestra. The GDYO provides music education and performance opportunities for musically talented youth, but this is no kids' concert. The GDYO comprises 7 different ensembles made up of over 425 talented musicians ages 8 to 18, representing more than 50 communities in North Texas. You won't believe how amazing these ensembles sound until you hear it for yourself. So join them for one of their concerts at the Meyerson Symphony Center or Dallas City Performance Hall. For more information on how to make a donation, as well as a listing of upcoming GDYO concerts, visit gdyo.org. And if you know a talented young musician interested in an unbelievable experience, auditions take place in the spring. Connect with the Greater Dallas Youth Orchestra on Facebook, Twitter, LinkedIn, and at gdyo.org.
Back at AT&T Stadium, we begin the fourth quarter of the Division II 5A State Championship game between the Katy Tigers and the Cedar Hill Longhorns. Resuming play, it'll be second down and a long 11 for Katy from their own 34-yard line. They lead 24-16. The quarterback is the sophomore, Garrett Doiron. An I formation behind him with Anderson as the running back. Toss play back to Anderson. He cuts it back, but the Longhorns are waiting for him at the 34-yard line. And that's no gain on that play, maybe a half yard, and a huge third down and 10 coming up right here for the Longhorns. Third down and 10, 11:40 to go in the state championship game, and Katy clinging to a 24-16 lead over Cedar Hill.
See, the thing about Katy is they force you to play very disciplined on defense because of the way they run the football.
I formation, wide receivers to either side, third down and 11 from the 34. Anderson, the I back, draw play to Anderson. He cuts it up to the inside, but the Longhorns miss a tackle. Ball's fumbled out of bounds at the 40. That's going to be short of the first down and bring up fourth down as the Longhorn defense came up. Number 17, Roy Epting, stuck his head in there and created a fumble.
And the last couple of drives, Roy Epting has really done a wonderful job of sticking his nose in there and helping out his players.
And the Longhorns, number 9, Daryl Miller, came up and actually caused that fumble, but the ball went out of bounds at the 40. DeMarcus Lodge back deep for the Longhorns. Punting, number 48, Devin McFarland. He'll stand on his own 25-yard line.
And Katy hasn't been able to tackle DeMarcus Lodge in the open field today.
The snap is a good one. Longhorns, he fumbled the ball! He gets away! Longhorns block it! Longhorns are going to pick it up! Longhorns got it at the 13-yard line!
Luster, took me.
Darian Luster comes through with the block. McFarland, the punter, simply dropped the center snap. The Longhorns didn't really have pressure going on right there.
And then also the problem was he actually still had time to get the kickoff, but he kicked it right into Darian Luster's hands.
Oh, he kicked it right to Luster, who blocked it, and Luster almost picked it up. Longhorns have a first down and 10 from the 13 of Katy. 10:44 to go in the game, 24-16, Katy over Cedar Hill.
Let's fade them up.
Longhorns with a full house backfield. McMillan in the shotgun, looks to the sideline. It's Ware, Hill, and Daniels in the backfield. They give it to Cedric Ware. Coming left. Ware makes the first man miss. He fumbles the ball, and the Katy Wildcats, Katy Tigers rather. Oh, Cedar Hill recovers. Oh, my goodness. I call them the Katy Wildcats. How'd you like that? I got so scared. Cedric Ware fumbled down at the 8-yard line. The ball went free, and I thought the Katy Tigers had recovered it. And, boy, I don't know who it was that got it. I think it might have been Ware or Daniels. Longhorns must hold on to the football.
Let's throw the ball to number 18.
Second down and 6. We end up picking up 4 and giving me a heart attack in the process. Full house backfield for McMillan.
We got LeBron on the field.
Direct snap, inside handoff, Larry Hill coming left. Hill's not going to get it. He's going to be pulled down, and now the Longhorns facing a third down. They've got Lodge and man coverage out there. I think you got to let him work.
And for the life of me, I cannot figure out why the Horns aren't going to Lodge in the passing game there. He's in man-to-man coverage. He's shown what he can do when he's in the man coverage in the goal line situations. You think a fade to Lodge has to be coming at some point.
Well, we got Wildcat with Lodge right now.
Wildcat with Lodge on third down. Ball sets at the 8-yard line. Twins to the right, twins to the left. Third down and 5 from the 8, excuse me. Direct snap to Lodge. He's going to keep it coming left. They get him at the 10. They're going to take him down at the 8. Longhorns got to do something different than that. And I say that because Katy sold out 11 players to DeMarcus Lodge. Count the red jerseys.
And I kind of like when we had him one-on-one to the wide side of the field with no safety help.
Well, the Longhorns miss an opportunity, but the question becomes here with 8:45 and the clock running, Brooks Ralph really needs to convert this field goal. The blocking up front needs to be good. This will be a 25-yard field goal from the right hash mark. The kick is blocked, but it gets through anyway. Oh, my goodness gracious. Oh, geez whiz. A Katy player looked to get a hand on it. He snuck it through, did Brooks Ralph, and it's 24-19 with 8:28 to go in the football game. Longhorn football on Champion Sports Radio. We'll be back in a moment.
High school seniors achieving excellence goes beyond top grades, and AXA wants your help in recognizing them. Up to 12 DFW area students will receive a $2,000 AXA Achievement Community Scholarship, and one senior in Texas will receive a scholarship worth up to $25,000. Do you know a local high school senior who has excelled at a job, sport, community project, or other extracurricular activity? They may be eligible for an AXA Achievement Community Scholarship. For more details, contact Thomas Lee at AXA Advisors, 972-455-9114.
There's a time and a place for everything.
As you'll see, projections for the next quarter are...
He shoots, he scores! 2 points for team middle management. The office is not one of them.
Jack, can I see you in my office?
No pouting, it's your ball. Let's see what you got.
But Whirly Ball is. For corporate events, team building, and private parties, Whirly Ball in Hearst and Plano is electric fun. Test your skills on the arcade games. Zip around in your Whirly Bug for a Whirly Ball competition. Or play the most affordable laser tag in the city. Learn more at whirlyball.info.
The Centers for Disease Control and Prevention estimates that nearly 4 million brain injuries occur every year due to sports in the U.S. They also estimate that 70% of concussions go unreported. Not identifying concussions early can be devastating, especially if the athlete continues to play with symptoms. Catching hard hits fast is critical, and that's why you need the Shockbox Helmet Impact Sensor. The Shockbox is a small sensor that easily attaches to most football, lacrosse, and hockey helmets and instantly sends a signal to a smartphone on the sidelines when the player has taken a hard hit that puts them at higher risk for injury. The free app receives data from the sensor, displays information about the impact, and even walks the user through a concussion assessment. The app also logs symptom and impact data for future medical use. Visit ShopboxDFW.com to learn more about the Shockbox Impact Alert Sensor and determine if it is the right option for your child. Be warned instantly when a player has experienced a head impact that could result in a concussion. Visit ShockboxDFW.com today. ShockboxDFW.com.
8:28 to go in the Division II 5A state championship game. Katy leading Cedar Hill 24-19 after a 25-yard field goal by Brooks Ralph. Ralph set to kick off from right to left. The Longhorns and Katy have been here before. Can the Longhorns find a way to climb the hill? Brooks Ralph approaches the ball, and he bangs it out of bounds. It's going to be very interesting now what they're going to call Katy. I would imagine that Katy might make them kick it again from 5 yards back. And it looks as though Katy's going to decide to take the ball first down and 10 at the 30-yard line. And that's where they'll place the ball down, so the kick really only cost the Longhorns 10 yards as opposed to it being kicked out of bounds. So the Longhorns might catch a little break there instead of Rodney Anderson having a chance to run something back. And from left to right, Katy with 8:28 to go in the football game, leading 24-19, have a first down and 10. Doiron stays in at the quarterback position. Rodney Anderson, the I-back. Williams, the fullback in front of him. Tight end strong to the right from the right hash mark on 1st and 10. Inside handoff to Anderson, straight up the gut. He's going to take it up around the 34-yard line. They're going to mark him at the 34. Second down and 4, gain of 6. Clock running, 8:15. Katy will try to take a lot of time off the clock. The Longhorn defense has to make a play, Cam. Somebody's got to step up.
Yeah, good job by Anderson that time. Falling forward, he was able to gain an extra 3 yards with the leverage just by diving forward as opposed to just falling due to the tackle.
Kyle Porter goes in motion now. He is in the wing back to the left. Toss play coming to Anderson to the left side. Longhorns string it out. Anderson turns the corner anyway. Breaks the tackle. Gets up to the 38-yard line. Stops the clock with 7:48 to go. And this is going to set up a huge 3rd down and 2 play. Longhorns had him after a 2 or 3 yard gain. But, hey, Anderson is a great back. He showed why right there.
He's really strong. He's fast and strong. Especially for his size. He's only about 180, 190 pounds.
3rd down and 2 from the 38. Wide receivers to either side. Williams and Anderson in the I formation behind Doiron. Motion across the formation from left to right. Inside handoff to Anderson straight up the middle, and he's got the first down just over the 40 at the 40.5-yard line.
And great job there up front by the Katy Tigers offensive line. Just pushing back Cedar Hill's defensive line and winning the war in the trenches. An easy pickup of the first down there for Anderson.
7:41 to go in the game. Clock stopped while they moved the chains. Katy in the huddle. Now the clock started again. Katy leads 24-19. Longhorns desperately need a stop. Doiron sends twin receivers to the right, and in the slot is number 1, Tony Mullen. I formation behind Doiron. Inside handoff, Anderson is fake. Doiron rolls out, throws the stop route, got a man up near midfield, and the ball is complete for a first down, and a great throw by the sophomore quarterback Doiron to the Cedar Hill 49 as he hits number 3, Logan Ott, for his second catch of the game.
Yeah, I mean, based on Doiron's stats, he looks like he's playing the game of his life because he's really only about a 50% passer coming into today's game.
And I think the officials ruled him just a yard short of a first down. They're going to bring up a 2nd and 1.
Very favorable mark for the Longhorns. 2nd and 1. Anderson, the I-back. Williams, the fullback, behind Doiron. Toss play. Inside trap play. Ball's fumbled. It's fumbled. Cedar Hill picks it up at the 35-yard line. The Longhorns' Kyle Goss almost could have picked it up and scored, but he recovered it.
Yeah.
That's the main thing.
So with 7:04, Cedar Hill's going to have the ball on the plus side of the field with the chance to take the lead. Will we see that same play that we saw earlier where DeMarcus Lodge take the top off the defense and an underneath receiver?
We'll see.
And guys, what a game. Number 22, the undersized linebacker Kyle Goss has played today in this state championship.
7:04 to go. The Longhorn defense makes the play. Backs on either side of McMillan. Ball's on the 36-yard line of Katy. Longhorns trail by 5. Direct snap to McMillan. Inside handoff, Ware coming right. He makes a man miss at the 30, 25, stays in bounds, 15, 10, 5, and he's run out of bounds all the way down at the 4-yard line. Cedric Ware goes 32 yards.
Let's keep him in. Feed that man.
6:52 to go and a first down for the Longhorns. And Cedric Ware got a great block from Larry Hill.
And Larry Hill, the unselfish commissioner of the committee.
Full house backfield. McMillan has Denver Daniels, Cedric Ware, and Larry Hill. Inside handoff to Ware, and he gets inside the 5 to about the 4-yard line.
And DeMarcus Lodge is
No, let's all. Yeah, I'm sorry. I hear my press box buddies are all screaming to throw the lob to Lodge, and smartly the Katy defense.
They got him bracketed inside and out.
They do have him bracketed. It's second down from the 4. 6:18 to go. McMillan in the shotgun. Direct snap. He throws the slant route, and the ball's incomplete, almost intercepted. That's a situation right there where the Longhorns are forcing the ball a little bit. Triple coverage there. Longhorns have to be very, very careful. It is 3rd down and goal from the 4. 6:09 to go. 24-19. Cedar Hill trailing.
And Ware still in, along with Larry Hill.
Twins to the left. 2 backs in the backfield on either side. Direct snap to McMillan. Rolling right is McMillan. He's looking, he throws. And it's caught for a touchdown. It's caught for a touchdown at the front pylon by DeMarcus Lodge. The Longhorns have scored to take the lead, 25-24. And the Longhorns now are going to kick the extra point as opposed to taking a timeout. The Longhorns should take a timeout here.
And Joey's on the 20. He's trying to get it.
And they're going to let Brooks Ralph kick the extra point. I don't really understand the thinking here. Nah, they're going to run a fake.
It doesn't matter.
And they throw the 2-point conversion. But the Longhorns, now there is some discussion as whether or not that's going to be a dead ball foul. They threw it to Ruzicka in the end zone.
But they never stopped the play.
The referees are all discussing everything at the 5-yard line. Longhorns ran a fake extra point. The holder, Walker, throws to Ruzicka. The Longhorns have declined the penalty, and the throw to Ruzicka is successful, and the Longhorns lead 27-24 with 6:02 to go in the football game.
And so what a ball there.
We're gonna take a quick break and settle things down after McMillan hits DeMarcus Lodge for a 4-yard touchdown pass. When we return, we'll have the final 6:02. Cedar Hill 27. Katy 24. Longhorn football on Champion Sports Network. Will be back in a moment.
You make plans for just about everything. The weekend, vacation, going out to dinner. But have you created a plan for the rest of your life? Start your financial strategy today with AXA Advisors. Call Thomas Lee at 972-455-9114. That's 972-455-9114. Securities offered through AXA Advisors, LLC. 212-314-4600. Member FINRA.
We're back at AT&T Stadium in Arlington, Texas. Cedar Hill has scored and converted a 2-point conversion. They lead 27-24. Brooks Ralph hits a long kick downfield. It's fielded at the 5, and it's fumbled. The ball's loose on the ground. It's still loose. Let's see who's got it. There's a scramble for it at the 17-yard line. And they're just going to have to unpile them now and find out. Number 1, Kyle Mullins, or it was number 5, Kyle Porter, fumbled the ball. And the Cedar Hill Longhorns have recovered the fumble at the 17-yard line. The Longhorns have recovered with 5:54 to go on the 17-yard line.
And the recovery made by number 15, Aaron Lewis, could not come at a more opportune time.
All right, number 5, Kyle Porter fields the kick, takes it up the field. Number 1, Kyle Mullins fumbles, and the Longhorns recover it, and it's number 15, Aaron Lewis, the senior backup middle linebacker. 5:54 to go now, and the Longhorns have a 1st down and 10 at the Katy 17-yard line. Make it the 16. 2 backs on either side of McMillan. Direct snap to Justin. He fakes the inside handoff, keeps it up to around the 15, and goes down there. Missed handoff by McMillan. He turned the wrong way on the handoff, and everybody needs to take a deep breath for the Cedar Hill Longhorns, and I know for sure in this press box, I know I do.
and to McMillan's credit, he didn't panic. He just pulled the ball back in and got a nice gain.
Longhorns going to take some time off the clock now. 5:30 to go, and the clock runs. Longhorns lead 27-24. McMillan in the shotgun. Backs on either side of McMillan. Ruzicka the H-back. Direct snap. They hand it off, coming left. Big hole down to the 10, down to the 9-yard line. Make it the 6-yard line. Where are they going to mark him out? Now one referee comes in. They're going to put him at the 8. They split the difference. And the Longhorns are going to be looking at a 3rd down and about 2.5 to go. Lodge far to the right. McMillan in the shotgun. Direct snap. Inside handoff to Cedric. Cedric gets close to the 1st down. And I think he got it. I think he got the first down.
He got that.
Longhorns now need to think about running a little bit of clock. 4:48, and the Longhorns rush back to the line of scrimmage. Backs on either side. Direct snap to McMillan. They hand it off inside to Ware, and Ware's taken down back at the 6 or 7 yard line, and the Longhorns need to run a little clock right here.
Yeah, especially with Katy's offense, because they are not built to come back from a 2-score deficit within the last 5 minutes of a football game.
And right there, the Horns snapping it with 20 seconds on the play clock. The game clock could easily be down around the 3:50, 3:40 mark.
2nd down and goal from the 7. 3 backs in the backfield. Longhorns now look to the side. Play clock down to 5. That's more like it. Direct snap to McMillan. Inside handoff to Larry Hill. Coming right. Oh, and he's pulled down at the 3 on a touchdown saving tackle by number 42, Patty Fisher, the linebacker. What a great play by Fisher. Hill was headed to the end zone. 3rd down and from the 3. 3 minutes and 39 seconds to go. And the clock continues to run. Play clock down to 16. Longhorns lead 27-24. McMillan in the shotgun on 3rd down and 3, and he wants a timeout. Joey McGuire running all the way down out on the field with 3:23 to go. This is the situation. We're going to keep it right here. Longhorns lead 27-24. 3:23 to go in the game. Longhorns have a 3rd down and goal from the 4-yard line of Katy.
And Bill, let's go back to that kickoff that set up the Longhorns' great field position that they have here. And who else got his helmet in there after the return man was able to get the ball but number 22, Kyle Goss, Cam?
Yeah, Kyle Goss is a diminutive guy, maybe about 5'5", but he has the biggest heart on the team, a tremendous player, and you don't expect to see someone at that size making these types of plays. But as Coach McGuire said during our interview, he's the strongest player on the team. Bench is 300 pounds and squats are almost over 400 pounds.
Yeah, and you're seeing all the hard work that Kyle Goss has put in come to fruition today. But let's not get ahead of ourselves yet. We got 3rd and goal from the Katy 4-yard line. Longhorns really need a touchdown here that would put them up 10 points with right around 3 minutes left, Bill.
Longhorns lead 27-24. We're looking at a 3rd down and goal from the 4. They're going to double cover Lodge on the outside. He's not going to beat them. Full house backfield for the Longhorns. Backs on either side. Direct snap to McMillan. Inside handoff to Ware. Ware going right into the end zone. Touchdown, Cedar Hill. A 4-yard run by Cedric Ware has given the Longhorns the lead, 33-24. Pending the extra point attempt by Brooks Ralph. This team is 3 minutes and 17 seconds away from the destiny that Joey McGuire said was theirs at the end of last year.
He said last year number 28 sent us home. This year number 28 is going to send them home.
Joey McGuire could be a prophet. Here comes the extra point attempt. Brooks Ralph bangs it through. 3 minutes and 17 seconds to go. Cedar Hill leads Katy 34-24. What a job of a comeback by the Cedar Hill Longhorns, coached by Joey McGuire. Cedric Ware on a 4-yard run just said, baby, it's you and me, to the defensive back that met him at the goal line, and it was no contest. Cedric plowed into the end zone, and the Longhorns are 3 minutes and 17 seconds away from their 2nd state championship under Joey McGuire.
And Bill, this is a situation where the Longhorn defense must stay in control of their emotions, make the play, get back to your side of the ball. They don't need any unnecessary penalties here.
No big plays.
Absolutely.
That's the key right here. Everything stays in front of the defense and the kicking game. Brooks Ralph set to kick off from his own 40-yard line. We hold on for 3:17 for this last 3:17. I know what I want for my December 29th birthday. The ring is the thing. Brooks Ralph set to kick off. Twin receivers back deep, including Kyle Porter. A booming end-over-end kick that's going to be fielded at the 5 by Katy up to the 10. To the 15, Longhorns going to run him down at the 18-yard line. He's going to be taken down right there by number 20 for the Longhorns, Michael Frazier, the senior cornerback.
And Katy now going to have to drive 81 yards, only having 3 minutes, 6 seconds left on the clock. Then more than likely going to have to do an onside kick. But Cedar Hill could possibly put the final nail in the coffin if they're able to come up with a stop here.
Anderson is the running back. Twin receivers to the right and left. Williams is the slot back. Longhorns need to watch for a trick play, direct snap here. Doyron, the quarterback, straight back in the pocket, he'll throw. He's setting up, throwing the out route. Ball's complete. Flea flicker, hook and lateral. They give it to Anderson, and Anderson's pushed out around the 47-yard line of Katy. That's a great executed play, and it's going to gain 28 yards for Katy. They threw the stop route to number 3, Ott. He lateraled the ball back to Anderson, but to Darian Luster, playing deep safety, ran him out at the 47 of Katy. 2:55 to go. Longhorns lead 34-24. I backfield. Doyron, the quarterback. Straight back in the pocket goes Doyron, and he's hit. Xavier Washington plants Garrett Doyron all the way back at the 37-yard line, a loss of 10. Xavier Washington, the All-Stater, did not take the play fake, but he did take Garrett Doyron and plant him in the AT&T turf.
And Xavier Washington has played a tremendous game for Cedar Hill, continuously setting the edge and making timely sacks.
Second down and 20, 2:20 to go, and the clock runs. Doyron, straight back in the pocket, looking, setting up, waiting, throwing the ball deep downfield. Got a man, the ball's incomplete, double coverage. What? And there is a flag down. Even if that is an interference penalty, that's only going to be a 15-yard penalty.
Well, Bill, I'm not sure what they're going to call here, but the Cedar Hill Longhorn defenders look to have ran into each other.
Marcus Green gets called. 15-yard penalty. 2:08 to go. Longhorns still lead by 10. That'll move the ball up to the Cedar Hill 48-yard line. Didn't look to be the appropriate call from our vantage point, but nonetheless, the Longhorns still control their own destiny. Doyron has an I formation. Anderson and Williams the setbacks. They throw the screen out to the side to Porter. Porter goes down the sideline and runs out of bounds at the 38-yard line with 2:01 to go.
And it looks as though Cedar Hill is going to allow Katy to get those little 7-8 yard pickups, as they're kind of playing almost a shell defense right now.
Very prevent. Wide receivers to either side. A formation behind Doyron. 2:01 to go from the 37. First down, Doyron. Play action pass straight back. Throwing the deep end route. Ball's incomplete. Intended over the middle for number 80, Andy Coonrod. And the ball sails over his head, incomplete. And with 1:56 to go, it's second down and 10 for Katy. The Longhorns, 1:56 away, lead by 10 points. Doiron has them to the line of scrimmage. Twins to the right, one to the left. Now motion across the formation by Anderson. Direct snap, inside handoff to Porter. Big hole. He gets down to about the 32-yard line. It's going to be enough for a first down and going to stop the clock. No, it's not. I'm sorry. It's going to make it third down and about 5. He did not get the first down. The clock continues to run with 1:35. Katy with 2 timeouts trying to save those in case they get a score and an onside kick. Anderson, the running back, inside handoff. And Anderson going to be taken down back at the 32-yard line by number 4, Richard Moore. Oh, my goodness, the Longhorns. A timeout taken by Katy with 1:21 to go. We'll take one as well. Cedar Hill 34, Katy 24. Longhorns on the brink of a title. We'll be back in a moment.
For the SAT or ACT, follow My Test Answers on Twitter and Facebook for free solutions to official test questions. Got a question of your own? Send a message to My Test Answers and get a response for free. Got more than one question? Don't worry, we'll answer those too. With over a decade of experience in helping students prepare for standardized tests, the experts at My Test Answers will get you the answers you want whenever you need it. My Test Answers, problems solved.
This broadcast is under the direction and is copywritten by Champion Sports Radio. Any rebroadcast, retransmission, or use of the audio stream, and any and all other use of the accounts of this broadcast without the...
We're back at AT&T Stadium. We'll set the stage in the Division II 5A State Championship game. Cedar Hill 34, Katy 24. Katy with a 4th down and 5 from the 33-yard line of Cedar Hill. Anderson, the running back. Doiron, the quarterback. On 4th and 5, Doiron rolls out to his left, and he's sacked in the backfield by number 31, Jonathan Buffin. Back at the 45-yard line, the Cedar Hill Longhorns will take over. First down and 10, and the Cedar Hill Longhorns are going to win the state championship for Division II in 5A. What a job in the second half by the Cedar Hill Longhorns.
And
down 24-10 to begin the second half. The mighty Katy Tigers were shut out here in the second half so far. Longhorns lead 34-24. Katy has 1 timeout remaining. Longhorns go into victory formation, and the Katy Tiger bus is starting up, and their fans are heading out. Nobody saw it coming but Joey McGuire and Gina Farmer. And 58-70, Cedar Hill High School football players. They saw it coming. There's a flag down on the field. Longhorns might have taken too much time. That is a delay of game. That's okay right now. Everyone on the Katy side headed to the exits. Everyone on the Cedar Hill side staying and enjoying the moment. 31 straight wins for the Katy Tigers. Last year, they broke Cedar Hill's heart in the championship game. Direct snap coming to McMillan. McMillan goes down on one knee. Back at the 32-yard line. Clock's going to continue to run. No timeout yet taken by Katy. 1:03. Head coach Gary Joseph, a class act that he is not taking a timeout here. And Cam Bolin and Cody Krim, how sweet is it, babies? How sweet is it? We followed them since for the last 10 years. And for the second time, we get to ride the horse with them as they are going to take the state championship. Direct snap to McMillan. He goes down with 33 seconds left. It's all over. They won't start the 25-second clock, I don't believe.
What a ride.
What a ride. What a ride from Joey McGuire and Gina Farmer. What a ride. Our final score from AT&T Stadium in Arlington, Texas, the mighty king has fallen. The 31-game winning streak is over. The Division II 5A champions are your Cedar Hill Longhorns. For everyone that's been a part of this one. Thank you for tonight and for all season long. We rode all the way with them, you Longhorn fans. Cedar Hill, 34. Katy, 24. Your Cedar Hill Longhorns are the Division II champions in the state of Texas. For my broadcast partners, Cody Krim and Cam Boland, I'm Bill Howard thanking you for a great 2013, and what a way to end it. Our final score in the Division II 5A state championship game. Cedar Hill 34, Katy 24, Longhorns champions. Good night.
Cast is under the direction and is copywritten by Champion Sports Radio. Any rebroadcast, retransmission, or use of the audio stream, and any and all other use of the accounts of this broadcast without the direct written consent and permission of Champion Sports Radio is strictly prohibited. All rights are reserved by Champion Sports Radio and ChampionSportsRadio.com. This is a presentation of Champion Sports Radio, your home for championship broadcasts.
For some high school seniors, achieving excellence goes beyond top grades, and AXA wants your help in recognizing them. Up to 12 DFW area students will receive a $2,000 AXA Achievement Community Scholarship, and one senior in Texas will receive a scholarship worth up to $25,000. Do you know a local high school senior who has excelled at a job, sport, community project, or other extracurricular activity? They may be eligible for an AXA Achievement Community Scholarship. For more details, contact Thomas Lee at AXA Advisors, 974-455-9114.
If you're a basketball parent or coach, you need Stacky, the simplest way to keep stats ever created. Our easy-to-use iPad app turns anyone into a professional statistician, and all they have to do is simply follow the ball. Produce full and accurate box scores and play-by-play reports. Send accurate stats out to your fans, media, or recruiters. It's sports statistic collection redefined. StatGeek is available right now in the iPad App Store for just $4.99, and there are team fundraising opportunities available as well. On the web at StatGeek.com. StatGeek, keep your eye on the ball.
Are you looking for a way to promote your business or increase exposure? Do you just need more people to know that you're there? Join the Champion Sports Radio team and advertise during these games. In the last 4 years, Champion Sports Radio has broadcast over 600 games to more than 3.5 million listeners. And Champion Sports Radio wants to help you use major high school sports to reach thousands of local fans right in your community. Think about it. Die-hard fans just like you tune in each and every week, giving your business unparalleled access to the community. It's the perfect way for smaller individually owned businesses to cultivate a core clientele or expand their already loyal customer base. To secure your prime commercial spot during the broadcast, contact Thomas Lee at Champion Sports Radio by phone at 972-741-0334. That's 972-741-0334, or online at ChampionSportsRadio.com. Champion Sports Radio, your home for championship broadcast.
The Centers for Disease Control and Prevention estimates that nearly 4 million brain injuries occur every year due to sports in the U.S. They also estimate that 70% of concussions go unreported. Not identifying concussions early can be devastating, especially if the athlete continues to play with symptoms. Catching hard hits fast is critical, and that's why you need the Shockbox Helmet Impact Sensor. The Shockbox is a small sensor that easily attaches to most football, lacrosse, and hockey helmets and instantly sends a signal to a smartphone on the sidelines when the player has taken a hard hit that puts them at higher risk for injury. The free app receives data from the sensor, displays information about the impact, and even walks the user through a concussion assessment. The app also logs symptom and impact data for future medical use. Visit ShopboxDFW.com to learn more about the Shockbox Impact Alert Sensor and determine if it is the right option for your child. Be warned instantly when a player has experienced a head impact that could result in a concussion. Visit ShockboxDFW.com today. ShockboxDFW.com.
It's time to claim your Texas birthright. Do you want to be a Texas football legend? Subscribe today to the Dave Campbell's Texas Football Legends package. You will get a year's worth of great content, exclusive collectibles, and special access to football experiences. What's more is all Texas Football Legends subscribers will get their name published in the 2014 summer edition of Dave Campbell's Texas Football. This is a perfect gift for the football fanatic in your house. Become a Texas football legend today by subscribing at TexasFootball.com.
At Germania, you get more than insurance. You get assurance. That's why Germania Life offers a wide variety of policies, flexible terms, and a range of premium options. Germania knows how Texans live and can help you plan for this stage of your life and beyond. Visit GermaniaInsurance.com to find an agent near you.
Trust Germania.
We're back live at AT&T Stadium, home of the Dallas Cowboys, and right now, a jubilant Xavier Washington is receiving an MVP trophy, or plaque rather, as Cedar Hill has defeated Katy and sent their fans home a little bit sad. I do want to congratulate Coach Gary Anderson and the Katy Tigers. Thank all of their fans that came out, as they made a long trek, about 400 miles from Houston up to the Arlington area to support their team after a great season. Cedar Hill handing Katy their first loss in 31 games, as Cedar Hill again has defeated Katy for the Division II 5A state championship by a score of 34-24. And some great performances by the Horns. We've seen just a great season. I do want to thank all of our listeners. Cedar Hill again victorious 34-24. The scoring started out with a Brooks Ralph 38-yard field goal, as Cedar Hill took a 3-0 lead in the first quarter. In the second quarter, Cedar Hill then the recipient of a fortuitous bounce on a fumble from Denver Daniels, as he scooped up a fumble on a long Wildcat run by DeMarcus Lodge. And Lodge fumbled. Denver Daniels the right place at the right time, rewarded for his hustle as the ball bounced into his chest, and Denver Daniels took it for a 39-yard scamper and touchdown. Brooks Ralph with a kick to give Cedar Hill a 10-0 lead. Then Katy turned on their offensive firepower and able to score 21 unanswered, as Rodney Anderson had a 66-yard run. Then Sloan Spiller had a 44-yard touchdown pass after recovering a Cedar Hill fumble. And then Giovanni Stewart had a 77-yard fumble return, as Katy scored 21 unanswered points to close out the first half and took an 11-point lead, and really things really seemed bleak for Cedar Hill at that time. But Coach McGuire didn't let his players say die. Coming out of the third quarter, Katy drove down the field, got a 25-yard field goal, but that proved to be the last 3 points that they would score, as Manny Mendoza kicked a 25-yard field goal. Cedar Hill answered with a DeMarcus Lodge 61-yard run on a Wildcat play. The kick failed by Brooks Ralph. It was blocked. In the fourth quarter, Brooks Ralph did nail a 25-yard field goal. That was followed by a DeMarcus Lodge 4-yard pass from Justin McMillan after Cedar Hill recovered. Excuse me, this was before a Katy touchdown. Mason Razika then caught a 2-point conversion play to give Cedar Hill a 3-point lead. Aka Cedric Ware then had a 4-yard touchdown run after Cedar Hill recovered the football on a fumbled kickoff return by Katy. Again, Cedar Hill victorious over the Katy Wildcats by a score of 34-24. We'll be back with some individual stats in just a moment.
Do today what you can put off until tomorrow, right? Now, that's not exactly the saying, but it seems like people would rather do anything other than doing something about their finances. That's why there's AXA Advisors. We work one-on-one with you to create a financial strategy for the things you need tomorrow. Start your financial strategy today with AXA Advisors. Call Thomas Lee at 972-455-9114. That's 972-455-9114. Securities offered through AXA Advisors LLC, 212-314-4600. Member FINRA SIPC.
Are you studying on your own for the SAT or ACT? Follow My Test Answers on Twitter and Facebook for free solutions to official test questions. Got a question of your own? Send a message to My Test Answers and get a response for free. Got more than one question? Don't worry, we'll answer those too. With over a decade of experience in helping students prepare for standardized tests, the experts at My Test Answers will get you the answers you want whenever you need it. My Test Answers, problems solved.
There's a time and a place for everything.
As you'll see, projections for the next quarter are...
He shoots, he scores! 2 points for team middle management. The office is not one of them.
Jack, can I see you in my office?
No pouting, it's your ball. Let's see what you got.
But Whirly Ball is. For corporate events, team building, and private parties, Whirly Ball in Hearst and Plano is electric fun. Test your skills on the arcade games. Zip around in your Whirly Bug for a Whirly Ball competition. Or play the most affordable laser tag in the city. Learn more at whirlyball.info.
Are you tired of only spending time as a family huddled around the TV? Would you like to enjoy some culture with your loved ones without breaking the bank? Then let me introduce you to the Greater Dallas Youth Orchestra. The GDYO provides music education and performance opportunities for musically talented youth, but this is no kids' concert. The GDYO comprises 7 different ensembles made up of over 425 talented musicians ages 8 to 18, representing more than 50 communities in North Texas. You won't believe how amazing these ensembles sound until you hear it for yourself. So join them for one of their concerts at the Meyerson Symphony Center or Dallas City Performance Hall. For more information on how to make a donation, as well as a listing of upcoming GDYO concerts, visit gdyo.org. And if you know a talented young musician interested in an unbelievable experience, auditions take place in the spring. Connect with the Greater Dallas Youth Orchestra on Facebook, Twitter, LinkedIn, and at gdyo.org.
It's time to claim your Texas birthright. Do you want to be a Texas football legend? Subscribe today to the Dave Campbell's Texas Football Legends package. You will get a year's worth of great content that can only come from the Southwest's leading football source since 1960. Additionally, you will get a limited edition hardbound copy of the Bible for Texas football fans, the beloved Summer Edition. Even better, you will receive a free annual subscription to the new digital package. 4 great digital and interactive magazines that download straight to your smartphone or smart tablet. What's more is all Texas Football Legends subscribers will get their name published in the 2014 Summer Edition of Dave Campbell's Texas Football. This is a perfect gift for the football fanatic in your house. Become a Texas Football Legend today by subscribing at www.texasfootball.com. Again, that is www.texasfootball.com to claim your Texas birthright.
Picking up the pieces of a state championship trophy. Cedar Hill Longhorns victorious 34-24 over the Katy Tigers. Dominant performance by DeMarcus Lodge, rushing as Lodge totaled 102 yards on only 3 carries out of the Wildcat, a long 66-yard touchdown. In that total, Aka-centric wear, 124 yards on only 16 attempts, a touchdown, and he closed that game out. Justin McMillan, 10 of 16 for only 53 yards, but the go-ahead touchdown late in the game. DeMarcus Lodge, 5 catches, 27 yards, but the go-ahead touchdown reception. Rodney Anderson, and a valiant effort for Katy. 23 carries, 145 yards, averaging 6 yards a carry and a touchdown. Cal Porter, 40 yards on 12 attempts, no touchdowns. Garrett Dorian, 9 of 12 passing, 144 yards with the touchdown, no interceptions. And I got to tell you, that kid is young, and I'm pretty sure we'll see him in future State 5A title games, along with the Katy Tigers. For everyone that stayed with us, rode with us, Cedar Hill, of course, with a couple of tough losses early in the season to teams that ended up nearly winning a state championship in the DeSoto Eagles and winning a state championship in the Allen Eagles. Learning a lot about themselves, playing tough. And I really just can't say enough about this team's fortitude. Cedar Hill, again, victorious, 34-24. Let's go celebrate.
There I was, just minding my own business when a hit and run. This guy came out of nowhere. Bam! And he just kept going. Thankfully, Texas Farm Bureau Insurance was there with the right auto coverage for how and where I drive. So I was on my way in no time to witness the hit and run that really mattered.
Now that's a moment worth covering. So call 877 Farm Bureau. You could save up to 40% on your auto insurance.
Discounts may vary by situation.
Looking for the best selection of your school's sportswear or fan gear? Visit PrepSportswear.com. Just enter your school or college name and search our online store. PrepSportswear.com has it all, from t-shirts, sweatshirts, hats, bags, and more. Shop from over 650 products and sport your team spirit with an original inspired by you. Sign up today at PrepSportswear.com and get 10% off your first order. Yeah, it's that easy. PrepSportswear.com. Your team, your gear, your way.